皆様おはようございます。ただいまよりRubyWorldカンファレンス2021を
Good morning. We'd like to start RubyWorld Conference 2021. We are supported by the organizing committee of the Ruby World Conference and other organizations. This is the 13th Ruby World Conference 2021. Like last year, from the viewpoint of the coronavirus infection, we are holding this meeting at the Matsui Open Source Laboratory without any public. And we have the online area with the booth of the sponsors, and anybody can enter. This is free of charge, and the URL for the entrance is introduced in the Twitter or Facebook or official sites. I am Miwa Ishihara. I'm going to serve as a master of ceremony also this year. Now, on the opening, on behalf of the organizer, the chairman of the organizing committee of the Ruby World Conference, Matsumoto Yukihiro, the Mats, is going to speak to you. Good morning to all. This year, again, thanks to your cooperation, we can hold this conference with your dedicated effort. Prior to this, we are able to hold this, and thank you very much. We are holding this online again under the situation of the coronavirus. Unfortunately, we cannot meet you, we cannot talk with you in person directly, but this is a second online, and the staff is more accustomed to this, therefore the organization and operation would be much smoother this year. And it's convenient. We don't have to move around. It is free to view the program. There are many advantages of online conference, so please enjoy it. But there's no hallway talk. We cannot chat with you like informal talk is not possible with online the conference. But now we have the other the room for online interactions. The Ruby is developing more and more continuously, and I think we are very happy to be able to provide a lot of values to you with your cooperation. We are holding this conference, a Ruby World Conference. So please listen to the presentations and share experiences and utilize this conference to earn more, make profit, and please let us help you to make a contribution to the better world with this Ruby World Conference. Thank you very much.
So this was a greeting from Mr. Matsumoto Yukihiro, the chairman of the organizing committee. And on behalf of the hosting site, we would like to have a few words by the governor, Mr. Maruyama Tatsuya. Good morning. I'm Maruyama, governor of Shimane Prefecture. The RubyWorld Conference 2021, which is the 13th occasion of this conference. We are happy to have this conference online, and I'm very glad that many people are participating here. And I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all of you who has participated from Japan and from outside of Japan. For the Shimane Prefecture, the IT industry is an attractive employment opportunity for younger generation in the prefecture. So we are working on development of this industry, and with the help of Mr. Matsumoto, who is in this prefecture, we are working on promoting these industries. Since I belong to the government administration side, we have the digitalization being promoted or progress recently, and it is becoming more convenient thanks to the digital transformation, and we are experiencing many changes in our daily life. Now I hear that many of you are having more remote opportunities. So I've heard that some of you have no excuse not to participate, because in the past you could say that you don't have time to move to the venue, but it is very convenient. But also the changes we are experiencing is really causing a lot of changes in our life. So it's becoming convenient in one way, but we also have to adapt ourselves to those changes. As Mr. Matsumoto mentioned in his greetings, of course, the good point of remote online conference is there, but also we should consider where would be the good point to have remote meetings and others the actual face-to-face meeting. I think we should think of the best combination. And this conference, I hope that we can have the convenient tools and also to solve the issues we have for our life, and also for the business. I hope that there will be better success through the exchanges of you here today, and I wish for the further progress of the business. And on behalf of the venue, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Maruyama, Governor of Shimane Prefecture. Now following, also from the organizing committee advisor, Mr. Akihito Uesada, Mayor of Matsue City, will give us a few words. Good morning. I'm Mayor of Matsue City, and also I belong to the organizing committee of this conference, and I act as an advisor. Here we are having this conference from Matsue, which is the center of Ruby, and I'm very glad to have this meeting, which is going to be the 13th conference. And so for Mr. Matsumoto, and I really thank all the members who has been working hard to realize this conference. In 2006 July in Matsue City, we opened up this open source lab, and since then we have been working on developing IT personnel and also supporting the activities of Ruby communities. And Ruby City Matsue project has begun since then. And thanks to the efforts of the past 13 years, there are more than 40 companies who are having their office in Matsue City. And also, I'm happy to have many IT engineers visiting Matsue City. And also, many of them have selected to reside in Matsue City. And I think that through this Ruby, we could have this opportunity to link together all those people. And also for those people who do not know about Matsue, will learn about the city through Ruby, and I really thank for those opportunities. Well, Ruby can be used in general in various areas, and especially for the startup companies, they're using the Ruby language in many ways, and they come up with ideas and they make it into a startup business, and they will become an industry. So these kinds of circles are existing there between industry, academia, and government. So this is an ecosystem of business cycle. And so those involved in Ruby, I hope that you participate in this ecosystem and also promote the areas and to stimulate your activities. In closing, I would like to extend my wish for the success of this conference, and also hope that the link between the Ruby members will extend throughout the world, and hope that Matsue will become an affluent place thanks to Ruby. So this concludes my speech. Thank you very much.
松江市長上貞明人よりご挨拶申し上げました。続きまして11時5分から
Well, thank you very much, Mayor. Now we will resume the session once again at 11:05. It's going to be the keynote speech by Matsumoto-san. So please wait for a while. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we'd like to start the keynote presentation. We are very happy to welcome Yukihiro Matsumoto, and he's the chairman of the executive committee of 2021 the RubyWorld conference, and also he's the chairman of the Ruby Association. And also, as you all know, he is well known as a creator of Ruby language. So he's going to give the presentation titled Vision, Value, Victory. Matsumoto-san, please. Good morning. Well, I said good morning already, but again, I appreciate the introduction. So my presentation title today is a Vision, Value, Victory. When I think about myself, I often describe myself as a dreamer. When I had a dream for the first time related to the computer, I was a high school student. I started the program perhaps at the end of junior high school, but anyhow, at that time, I used the language, program language BASIC. And the PC I was using was a little bit of sophisticated calculator, pocket computer, it was called. But it was so slow, the memory was so small. So I did not know exactly, but I was stressed. But I was a junior high school student, so I was not sure why I felt stressed and what was wrong. I just thought maybe that's how the programming would be. But vaguely, I felt there should be something the better condition. When I went to the bookstore, I found the books on the programming. And then I realized that there were many programming languages that better than the BASIC I was using, and not just one, the multiple languages. And also I found out that they were designed by somebody for some intentions. So many people designed programming languages. So I thought maybe I could do that as well. Well, I don't know. I felt that way. I was interested in programming languages, and I started to study. And I learned about the various functions of the different languages. So I thought, oh, this functions of this language is good, and I don't like this function of that language. So I wanted to pick all the good aspects of the different languages, and if I could put them together and create a language, I thought I could develop a language of a dream. But that was early 1980s, so there was no internet available for the common people. Maybe it existed already somewhere in the world, but at least not for someone like me. And also a PC, which was available at that time, was, yes, I could run a BASIC somehow, but if you like to design and develop language, it wasn't a suitable environment. I had OS, and if you install a compiler, perhaps you could, but the compiler itself costed like 200,000 yen. It was beyond the reach for a junior high school student. So I went to the bookstore, but most of them were very sophisticated, like textbook for university. Was too difficult for the high school kid. I did not have a skill at that time. Although I wanted to design my own language, it was just a dream. And then I went to university and studied computer and software, and then graduated and joined a company, worked as a programmer, and I acquired a certain skill. And then I remembered my dream when I was a high school student. It was 1993. So it was already 10 years after I had a dream for the first time, and then I started to build the programming language. The name of the language was not Ruby at that time, but later I created language and named Ruby. And so in that way, the dream of the high school student came true 10 years later. So the Ruby, the language I created, was, for me, a great language. Because I created the language for me, it was the language I wanted to create. And then about 2 years, in 1995, and then I released on the web, internet, and I offered the language to everyone, saying this is a free software, so please try. And then increasing number of the people became interested and started to use. And then Ruby conference, the very first Ruby conference was held in 2001 in the world, Tampa, Florida, in the United States. So that was the very first conference, ACM. Just before the ACM conference, we used one room at a hotel, conference room. We had the first conference. So although I described a conference, it was just 34 people getting together. Then recently, if you go to Ruby Kaigi in Japan, Ruby conference in the United States, you will see like 1,000 participants. So that was a quite small gathering, only 34 people getting together. But the Ruby was still young at that time. And then I was requested to give keynote speech. So it was only 34 people, I said, but it was about Ruby conference. And that was the first time for me to give keynote speech for Ruby. So there were people who came to join with the conference. So I thought at how I could describe the greatness of Ruby and why Ruby was a great language, and also I had to do that in English. So that was quite tough. And then the title I had at that time was a human-oriented programming in Ruby. So that was a title of the very first keynote speech I gave. There are many things good about Ruby, like productivity and so on and so forth. But to me, this human-orientedness, so people use programming language, and how do we feel? That feeling is important. So 2001, I think it was only Ruby that really focused on that aspect. So how people will feel when they interact with programming language. So that feeling is important. So I think realizing this importance was perhaps most important aspect for Ruby as a language. And then more people were interested in Ruby and the reputation increased. So it was originally the good language for me, but like I'm happy to see it became a good language, great language for us. So I think my dream came true, but still the vision, the true vision, is yet to achieve. There's more to go in the future, because I want to have an even greater language. The Ruby will become the greater, more productive, fun, and also faster than before. We will see Ruby is grow to be even the greater language. So that's my vision. So my vision is to make great language even greater language. And by doing that, we like to see the better world created by the great language, Ruby. And after vision, I like to talk about value. I am a programmer, So when I use Ruby as a programmer, these three words, as I told already, the productive. So that means I can create a software I want to create in a shorter time. That's very important value. And also the feeling. I think its feeling is very important. So it should be fun to do the programming. And also programmers are really fond of competing. So we like to compete for faster performance. All these are values for programmer. But I think the value Ruby has is beyond that, beyond the values just for programmers. So even for those who are not programmers, Ruby can offer the value. So it may be a bit far-fetched example, but a few years ago, GitHub, well, I think the programmers, every programmer is familiar with GitHub, the site for the source codes. Microsoft acquired GitHub, and the value they paid at that time was $7.5 billion. Well, to calculate for Japanese yen, they multiplied it by 100, roughly speaking, but lots of money. Another company, Shopify, EC site. Their market value is $187 billion. Again, it's hard to imagine. The Shopify is the company in Canada. And this is the biggest market value in Canada. The founder of Shopify was a committer of Ruby on Rails. And the company is started by the Ruby on Rails committer has grown to be really the big company. So I would say the Shopify is really based upon Ruby and Rails. And another company I like to cite is in Japan, Smart HR. Their market value is 170 billion yen. Or 1.6 billion dollars. Sorry, I think the numbers, monetary values, are just too big to be real. But so they're big money, and I'm not saying they became successful just because thanks to Ruby only. They all made their own efforts. But still, I would say, when they create the value and generate the profit, I think the Ruby contributed. So this is the what I downloaded today. You work for 4 days, and then you earn 820,000 yen a month. So which is quite good. So this advertisement for Python engineers. So value, we create a value. So technology can create a value. Ruby is one of such technologies. So as far as Ruby continues creating value, Ruby won't die. So when I think about vitality, is from creating value. So as far as we have vital community, Ruby won't die. So community is a key. But then how community die? Open source community would die. I actually saw one. There was Cmail. It was a mail reader for Emacs. Before I created Ruby, I was in charge of maintaining that software. I wasn't the creator, but I was part of the developing team. But then I was busy with Ruby, so I stopped working for the maintenance. So there was a successor to do the maintenance for the CMail. But, well, perhaps the CMail was already too sophisticated. But my successor did not do much, did not add new features, did not make improvement. And then relative attraction of CMail declined, it seems. It's more than 20 years ago. So those users of CMail started to migrate to other options.
And let's the distribution of the contents, and finally users do not use it anymore. There may be some source code, but actually there is only a few persons who use CMail. So this is a community of the open software. Community does not die but fade away. And then the community activities would become less and less and then disappear at the end. And we can learn from this a lesson, which means that as far as we continue to go forward, we do not die. Now Ruby is become a very good language, but it's not perfect. There are some room for improvement. Therefore, Ruby has to go on, and the environment around Ruby is changing dynamically. Therefore, we have to adapt to the changing situation, and the Ruby has to evolve. And what is the direction into which Ruby is evolving? I have to make decision because I'm a chief designer, but this is my vision. My vision toward the future of the Ruby is the improvement of tools, not just grammatical changes. That's done. I want to improve that. Static typing was introduced in Ruby 3.1, and the code checkers made improvement further. It may go much more, and GitHub Copilot, for instance, this is a code that you want to write, right? And this is a very interesting tool that complements the activity, and pair programming can be AI as a tool. And also, in order to find a bug, use the power of the computer. Probably it could be the even smarter debugger. And the attractiveness and productivity of the Ruby would advance. And we want to infuse more energy into this area. Another future would lie in the performance. Performance matters. Ruby is fast, very fast. For instance, GitHub is written in the Ruby, particularly in the part of the web. Therefore, nobody says that GitHub is too fast, but nobody says that's too slow to be useful. And Shopify, in the United States, if you look at the e-commerce site, Shopify is used, and nobody says that it's not good because it uses Ruby. Now, nobody complain with the high speed. Ruby 3x3, the high-speed project has been implemented. Ruby 3x3 Redux, this is a part 2. Ruby 3.x. Before that version, Ruby 3.0, compare with that, this will become 3 times faster than the Ruby 3.0 introduced last year. There are many things that we can do. For instance, a JIT compiler introduced recently should be better, and the JIT compiler, rather than heavyweight, we want a lightweight JIT so that we can make a realize high speed in wider area. shortly, Ruby 3.1 will be released, and the widgets, a lightweight widget will be introduced in there. So we would like to make evolve further multi-layer jet. Now we need a high speed, and the JIT compiler can be implemented. And if it really in the inside of the loop and there are a lot of calls, code method should be optimized. And the JIT compiler would take time to optimize these most frequently caused method. And Lacta in Ruby 3.0. That is a parallel implementation code, and we can make it faster. And multi-core is used in most of the recent the computers, and multiple the core can be used in parallel. Anyway, we have a lot of ideas. We work to think about it one by one, and if it's the effective, we would like to introduce it for better performance. That's the future that we envision, that we can obtain the results and we can create value. That is a victory of Ruby, as I see it. Now, the dream of my high school days to create a programming language is realized, and we want to make a great, exceptional programming language, which means that many people use globally, and I realize this dream also. I want to improve the language further, and I'm realizing this, the dream in Latin, veni, vici, vici. I came and I saw it and I won. I did a victory. This is the Kaiser's words, Caesar's words. And so we are winning in this context. I saw the dream came true. I had a dream and it came true. And I want to continue to realize my dream. And that is a victory of Ruby. 2005, 2006, in the beginning of the 2000s, Ruby became more famous, and since 2010, the Ruby became the top ranking popular the language, and now the Ruby is stable, and we are creating the value in a stable manner. So it's like a hype cycle. So actually, there was the illusion days around 2010. The people had a lot of good things about the Ruby, but now it's stable. And the ranking was the seventh in the programming language, the classifications, the seventh or eighth. Now, the most famous ranking, according to that, we are between 13th and 15th every month. Compare with previous times, the ranking is declined, and people say that Ruby is dead, and Ruby is the losing. Some people say that, but this is the nature of the human beings. People, we, human beings, would like to make it simple, one-dimensional, like ranking of the things. But for instance, the benefit of the Ruby, and also there are benefits of other languages. Toyota company is a world-class number one automotive company, but it's not that we all drive Toyota cars. We have Nissan, Mazda, Ferrari, and Lamborghini. We have a Toyota. That means that we don't need a Lamborghini. Therefore, we continue to improve our Ruby, and it's not a one-dimensional, but the unique value of the Ruby will be realized. That is, I think, is a victory over Ruby. I'm not doing alone. All of the people involved in Ruby would enjoy this victory. In the past and into the future, the Ruby continue to provide values, and that's our victory. This victory will create a better world. By creating better world, we can win. GitHub didn't exist before, and now we have it, and more efficiently creates the programming. And for instance, compare with the days without Shopify, we can create a EC, and there are many things that we didn't have, and now with the services using the Ruby, the society became improved. Of course, without Ruby, some part of the society became better, but with IT and information technology, the world is becoming a better place in which Ruby is participating. And that is the raison d'etre of Ruby. As far as we continue to provide value, we continue to win. Vision, the victory value, the dream that I had alone in the past is creating the victory globally. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Matsumoto-san is going to be with us for the question and answer session starting at 5:40. If you have any question, use a YouTube chat or hashtag RubyWorld. I would accept your questions. And depending upon the content and number of the questions, we may not be able to respond to all of your questions that you presented. Starting from quarter to noon, we will have the Ruby Prize 2021, so please wait for a while. Thank you.
お待たせいたしました。これより Ruby プライズ
Thank you very much for waiting. We'd like to start Ruby Prize 2021. The individual award, Ruby Prize of the Ruby community. And this is for the recognition of the new persons who contributed the Ruby community. This is started in 2013. And many people have been recommended globally, and the Ruby Association, and the Japan Ruby Association, and the Matsue City, and compose the organizing committee for the examination and the selection. And the Ruby Prize 21 awardee is a Maxime Chevalier Boisvert. And the final nominee, Masataka Poke Kuwabara and Masumi Hitoshi, were announced. Ruby Prize 2021, and also we would hear the lecture of the Maxime Chevalier Boisvert. Now, first of all, I would like to call upon Matsumoto Yukihiro, chairman of the Ruby Prize organizing committee, to say a few words. Thank you again, me again. 2023 or just before that, the city of Matsue proposed to make some new Ruby prize, and I had a lot of struggles. But for the metabolism of the community, for the growth of the community, we need new people to participate. So we wanted to have the opportunity to recognize and the praise the activity of those new people, and that will be the great impact and will be encouragement of the community at large. That's why I created. It was the prize for the newcomer, but this is for the individual. Rather than the software, the project, the company, there's some the award of this kind, but this is a personal. This person did a very good job. That's why we give this a prize to that person. So this is an individual award. In the past, many people received this prize, and many people participate in the Ruby community. And this year again, we have the new person to receive this Ruby prize for the recent contributions. Maxim. I don't remember the full name, but Maxim is the Shopify work for Shopify to improve the Ruby, and the zip compiler was studied during the university graduate school, and then achieved this great the achievement, and this is one of the important feature of Ruby 3.1. So please join me to give a big applause to Maxim, and I would like to continue this award and providing the award to the stimulate activities of the committee. Thank you very much. Thank you. Matsumoto Yukihiro, chairman of the organizing committee, gave a brief remark, and then I'd like to call upon the mayor of Matsue, Akihito Uesada, from the organizing committee of the Ruby Prize to greet to you. Thank you. I'm Uesada. I'd like to say a few words of a greeting. The Ruby is loved by many engineers globally, and this is the important social infrastructure. However, the improvement and addition of the functions and the revision of the Ruby are done by the volunteers and those who have the shared mind for the improvement of the Ruby, and not so many people recognize that. So, for those who are making greater contribution to the Ruby development, and Matsue City would like to praise them. And in 2013, we created the Ruby Prize. In the Ruby community, these people have made a remarkable contribution for the improvement of Ruby and the development and the activity of the Ruby has been supported by these people that will activate the Ruby community and expand the possibility and the potential of the Ruby into the future. The awardee is Maxime Chevalier Beauvais. The high-speed the mails is possible with the development of the widget compiler and Masataka Kuwabara. Ruby 3 introduced static typing and he made a great contribution. Hasumi Hitoshi, Kiko Ruby, this is embedded. The Ruby has been improved by his effort and the Matsue City, working together with Ruby, would like to express the deepest respect to these three experts and wish the further activity and development. And Matsumoto-san and the Ruby Association and the Japan Ruby's Association, I'd like to express my heartfelt appreciation to all of those people who have contributed to this Ruby Award. With this, I'd like to close my remarks. Thank you very much.
松江市長上貞明人よりご挨拶申し上げました。
Thank you very much, Mayor. Now, we'd like to move to the Ruby Prize 2021, the speech by Maxime Chevalier Beauvais.
Hi everyone, my name is Maxime Chevalier Beauvais, and it's a great honor to be here today to accept the Ruby Prize for the year 2021. I wanted to give a big thank you to my team. The success of this project would not have been possible without everybody's sustained hard work over the last year and a half. So thanks guys, thanks everybody. I'll be telling you a little bit about widgets. This is a project that started just over a year ago with the goal of producing speedups on real-world Ruby software, with a particular focus on web workloads, in particular Ruby on Rails. CRuby is very complex, so the strategy that we took for widget is to fall back to the interpreter for anything that we don't support in the JIT, and to incrementally increase coverage and get more sophisticated with the things that we do in widget. The benefits of our approach are that it's highly compatible with all existing Ruby code, and widget is able to support all of the latest Ruby features. This is a project that was built at Shopify, but is fully open source. And the project was started with the goal of eventually upstreaming into CRuby. Thankfully, the Ruby core developers were very receptive, and they actually proposed to us very recently that we should merge widget into CRuby. And now this is done. Widget is officially going to be part of Ruby 3.1 and is already available in the 3.1.0 preview release. Now I'll tell you a little bit about how YJIT optimizes Ruby code. So Ruby is very challenging to optimize because every operation on every basic type can be redefined. Methods can be redefined. Constants are not actually constants. Callees can read and write local variables in callers. The logic for send for method calls is very complex. And real-world code has a lot of small extensions. But in addition to all this, inside of every Ruby operator, there's a lot of things that are going on. So for example, here we have the source code for the plus operator inside of CRuby. And as we can see, there's a lot of if statements, there's a lot of different dynamic checks. And basically the behavior of the plus operator changes based on the types of the input arguments, and also depending if the primitive operations, like if integer addition gets redefined. So inside of every primitive operator in Ruby, there's a lot of complexity hiding behind the scenes. And our goal with JIT compiler is to eliminate some of those dynamic checks and some of that complexity. And to do that, we use a technique called lazy basic block versioning, which is based on research work that I started during my PhD. It's a way to do type specialization without doing expensive traditional type analysis, where we try to let the program tell us what the types of the variables are at runtime. It's also an alternative JIT compiler architecture, where traditional JIT compilers are typically method-based, so they compile entire methods at a time, but basic block versioning operates at a lower level of granularity, which is that of basic blocks. And there's two key components to lazy block versioning. The first is the versioning of code, the versioning of basic blocks that we use to accumulate and propagate type information and specialize code based on context. And the second is the lazy code generation, which is kind of like lazy evaluation for code that tries to generate code only when needed, so truly just in time. And if you're curious to know more about this technique, there's two interesting papers that we published on this that you can look at. So now for some performance results. So this graph here shows the speed of YJIT and MJIT relative to the CRuby interpreter, where basically the CRuby interpreter is at 1.0, and anything above 1.0 is faster than the CRuby interpreter, so higher is better. And the benchmarks that we've used to compare the performance of YJIT are benchmarks that are all based on real-world Ruby software and Ruby packages like Active Record, Hexa PDF, Jekyll, the template renderer for blogging, Liquid, which is Shopify's template language, the MailGem, the SciGem, and also RailsBench, which is very widely used at Shopify and in the Ruby community at large. So what we can see is that on all of these benchmarks, YJIT is faster than the interpreter and also faster than MJIT. On Liquid, recently we've been able to reach up to 50% speedups, and on Rails about 20%, which we're very happy about. So what we can see is that if we feed code generated by YJIT to a CPU, the CPU is happy. More recently, we've also had a small deployment of YJIT to Shopify's storefront renderer. Storefront renderer is the application that renders the Shopify stores, and YJIT is deployed on a small percentage of the servers. And what we can see is that we're about 3 to 5% faster on average. But perhaps more importantly, our biggest achievement, I think, is the compatibility. So YJIT has been able to pass all of the CRuby tests. We've also been able to match the behavior of Ruby head in the Shopify core CI. We have friends at GitHub that tested YJIT in the GitHub backend CI, and we've also been able to match Ruby head there. And also we matched Ruby head in the Shopify storefront renderer CI. And of course, we're able to run Shopify Storefront Renderer in production, which is a very large application. So I would say we're doing very well at supporting all of the Ruby code that exists out there in the wild. So from here, it's all sunshine and rainbows, right? Well, maybe not quite. I think when people think about JIT compilers, they have this idea that JIT compilers are this very sophisticated, futuristic, advanced technology. So if we take a JIT compiler and we add it to CRuby, we get a very fast, slick, sophisticated machine. But maybe what we actually got with YJIT is something a little bit more like this. So it's faster than it was before, but it's maybe not as efficient as it could be. There's more work left to be done. So when it comes to maximizing performance, I think it's important to understand that race cars are not just regular cars with more powerful engines. They also have things like more aerodynamic design. They're able to channel airflow to cool the engine. They have lighter bodies made of carbon fibers, for example, racing tires, racing suspension, high performance brakes, and special tuning. So for maximum performance, you want to design the entire system together in a way that's really highly specialized, because engineering always involves trade-offs. So for YJIT, I think it's important for us to foster collaboration with the Ruby core developers. So just-in-time compilers are more complex than interpreters, and so they're harder and it takes longer to change. Mats has recently stated that Ruby will become more stable in terms of features and there'll be more focus on performance. We think stability is good for us and good for JIT implementations in general, because it gives them more time to adapt and it makes it easier for us to stay up to date. Rapid changes to the CRuby internals could eventually hurt YJIT's performance. For example, if there were rapid changes to the CRuby bytecode, or if complexity and special cases are added, or if the semantics of things like method calls or instance variable lookups are changed, that could necessitate changes in YJIT, and those changes can't happen as fast as changes in the Ruby interpreter, for example. So I think one of the risks with a project like this is that interpreter and JIT optimizations can sometimes pull in different directions. But YJIT is now officially part of Ruby, and so we need to have more active collaboration with the Ruby core developers and more active communications about goals and strategies for performance and optimization. I think it's important, if we want Ruby to succeed and to thrive, that we have a holistic approach to Ruby performance optimization that takes into account both the interpreter and JIT compilers. So looking forward, in terms of next steps, we want to bring various design improvements to CRuby, some of which are not directly related to YJIT. We want to bring about soon improvements to the constant cache invalidation mechanism. We are also looking at object shapes to have a more efficient representation of objects in CRuby. And we think that these things can unlock even higher performance for YJIT, for MJIT, and any future JITs. We also want to implement garbage collection for machine code in YJIT, which is going to improve YJIT's memory usage. We want to look at how YJIT can optimize ERB template rendering for Ruby apps. And we want to tackle more sophisticated optimizations and things like inlining of method calls and loops. And finally, we are also looking at adding support for ARM64 and Apple Silicon, which is becoming increasingly common. So in conclusion, performance is key for Ruby to thrive and to grow stronger. We're still early in the YJIT project, so we've been working on this for slightly over a year. The results are good, but still modest, and we have a path to much bigger speedups in the future. We're building this new JIT compiler inside of CRuby, and we chose to do that because we think it's a huge advantage in terms of compatibility with existing Ruby code. So far, we're doing really well at compatibility because we're already passing all this Ruby tests and also tests in various CIs. And YJIT is based on lazy busy block versioning, which is like lazy evaluation for code. It's a technique that tries to capture type information as late as possible and specialize code based on types that are seen at runtime when programs execute. So if you want to learn more about this technology, I put the references for 2 papers that we published about busy block versioning. If you'd like to reach out and talk about compilers, I put my Shopify email address here. And yeah, that's it for me. I wanted to say again, thank you to the Ruby community, thank you to the YJIT team, and thank you to the Ruby Prize Executive Committee for inviting me to be here today.
This concludes Ruby Prize 2021. So we will have RubyBiz Grand Prix at 12:10. So please wait for a while. Thank you.
Thank you for waiting. Yesterday, on the 15th of December, we had a Ruby Viz Grand Prix 2021, and we would like to have the speech by the two corporates who were awarded the Grand Prix prize. The Ruby Viz Grand Prix 2021 is held by Shimane Prefecture Ruby Viz Grand Prix Organizing Committee, and it is given to the corporates, individuals, or group who has created new service using the language of Ruby in the area of business. And this year is the 7th time that we are having this Grand Prix award. Now, the first company, we would like to ask Mr. Masaki Yamamoto from Hiki to give us the lecture, give us a speech. I'm Yamamoto, the back-end engineer of Hiki. I'm very much honored to have this Grand Prix of Ruby Viz. Next slide, please. The virtual market is a service that we provide an exhibition event on the space of VR, and the exhibitors' 3D contents will be displayed on the metaverse like a theme park. And in one exhibition, more than 1 million people will visit the site, and there are many encounters between works and people. The platform metaverse can enjoy it on the VR devices or a PC, which are called a VR chat. Also, we provide VCAD Cloud, which can easily be enjoyed on smartphones because it goes through the browsers. And the metaverse venues will show the 3D exhibits made by the individual exhibitors. Also, you can enjoy the corporate exhibition booths and attractions. Exhibitors can sell their own 3D models, digital contents on the e-commerce, or you can display interesting attractions or beautiful architects. Next slide, please. And the Hiki, in our service, we not only provide easy authentication infrastructures, but also they are used on the back end of the metaverse application. Although it is a right tool for the right job, we are actively using it in situations where security and ease of implementations are more important than speed and parallelism. And the good point of Ruby is that it's easy to get started with, and it's nice to be able to move seamlessly from the interactive Ruby runtime environment to the implementation. It's also easy to write tests, and the culture of Ruby is rooted in writing test codes. It is also easy to copy the beautiful code of skilled users and apply it to your own implementation. Initially, you will grow up reading books and online documentation, relying on static analysis tools, and when you are able to write some good code, you can improve smoothly by watching and understanding the implementation of skilled people while reading the source code of open source projects. Next slide, please. And lastly, we will try to continue working on the promotion of our service. And thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Yamamoto. Now, following, we would like to have the speech by the second Grand Prix Award winner company, company Yamap. And could you please speak, Mr. Suginohara? Unmute. Could you please unmute Mr. Suginohara? I'm sorry, I had it muted. I'm the Development Department Sub-Manager Suginohara from company Yamap. We were given the award of Grand Prix of Ruby Viz, and we are very much honored for that. Let me briefly introduce our company Yamap. Please give me 3 minutes. Our company Yamap is trying to use in technology and ideas to make nature more fun and more accessible, and we give the service for mountaineering outdoors activities. We were founded in 2013 November, and since then we have been using the development with Ruby, and we are using the Ruby in various systems. We are trying to develop and operate with the latest stable version of Ruby. So currently we are using Ruby 3.0.3. By using the latest Ruby, we can bring in the service of us with higher security and performance improvements. And I really thank you for those who are developing the Ruby. Now let me introduce our service of YAMAP. YAMAP is a GPS mountaineering map application that you can use offline. Until today, there are more than 2.8 million downloads. So this is the largest outdoor platform in Japan for mountaineering. And the Yamaha has a smartphone GPS, and also you can see the location in the mountains where the cell phone reception is not there. Just imagine if you are now climbing the mountains and you're halfway up the trail and there's no signal of phone, then you might feel very much unsecure. So the YAMAP will solve those anxiety to give you a safe, secure mountaineering. And the map shows the information necessary, also gives you the activity time and distance and the elevation. If there's a nice landscape or flowers, you can take the photos and you can save them on the YAMAP. So that will be your own activity record. So these are the basis of the service that we provide. And adding to that, we also put more emphasis on the activity to ensure the safety and security of the climbers. That's what we call the watching function or Mimamori functions. We regularly give the information up to the server, and also they can exchange information when they pass while climbing with other users. So there you can know where you are, even in where there's no cell phone signals. And also the users, friends and families can confirm the locations almost on a real-time basis. We actually have rescued a victim, and that makes our employees motivated and have strong mission for that. What you are seeing here was the actual communication that was exchanged when actually the distress was being rescued. And the more we have the users for Yama, the more safe and more secure it will be for the climbers. I hope that more people can enjoy the mountaineering safely. So that was the introduction of our company. Thank you for your attention. Mr. Suginohara, thank you very much. So this was the speech by the Ruby Biz Grand Prix 2021 award winners. Thank you and congratulations. Now we would like to have the lecture by Mr. Hayashi of Techno Project and also Mr. Takeuchi from Trust Software. But until then, we will have a lunch break, and the next lecture will start at 13:10. And during this break time, we would like to have the presentation by companies, NCO, the Grobies, the Legal Force, the CoinCheck, and the Techno Project, and the GMO Papo, and the Sky, and also Amsterdam Research Lab, and Tsukulink, and San Asterisk, and Medvia. We will have the short presentation by these platinum sponsors. In the 2021 RubyWorld Conference, we have an online site for the sponsor booths, and everybody can visit there free of charge. So please visit them. And the entrance URL to the online site can be seen on the official site, on the Twitters, and also on the Facebook. To make a U-turn and continue working as IT engineer, I'm Kanyama from NSCL. In this presentation, I would like to talk the previous work experience and what I found out joining NSCL and my attempt to bring in what I thought was good in my previous workplace. So first of all, about myself, I'm 23 years old and I'm graduate of the Matsue National College of Technology. I joined the HR tech company in Tokyo, but in August this year, I joined NSCL. And currently, mainly I work for Rails, but sometimes I do the development using the React. I was mainly working on the server side, but in NSCL, I started working for the front also, which I found it very interesting. And in the previous workplace, that was the in-house development company, and this was full remote, and Discord and Slack channel was my workplace. So whenever there were some problems, I could access the chat to solve the questions. So we had many questions, and once a week we also had some chat meeting talking about hobbies or life. And since I joined here, what I felt interesting was that we work with various types of customers. And so I learned many methods and also many sense of value. And it's very fresh to experience this change of work. And of course, the distance with the customers are very close. So with a product considered only by one company will be limited, but with the interaction with other companies, I found more wider point of view. So we are that kind of a SIR. And I thought that I would like to introduce the times that I was using the previous company, but there's a confidentiality that we have to keep, which made it very difficult. Therefore, I'm trying to make the minute reports channel within the team that we are working. And the environment is almost the same as before. And in the case of in-house development, there's no need to hold confidential information, but in the case of system integrators, we have to work within a limited number of teams. So there is not much communication between the same team, and this is becoming more obvious because of the COVID. But in NSCL, there are many events, and we have better ties between the employees. We also have big events at the end of the year. I'm looking forward for that. Thank you for your attention. If you're interested about our NSCL, you can refer to the information through this QR code. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Suenaga from Globis. I'm going to talk about the 100 team members of Globis. And maybe some of you do not know Globis very well, so I will briefly introduce the company. Globis is made up of people, capital, and knowledge. In the area of people, we have the Graduate School of Business. And actually, this is the largest size that we have in Japan for the business schools. In the area of capitals, we make the investment to many venture companies and also support their business. In the area of knowledge, we also publish many business publications. So develop people and also provide capitals and knowledge to the work. And by doing that, we are trying to create and develop. So I am often asked, do you have an engineering section? Well, actually, the Ed section was established in 2016, and in 5 years, it's exceeding more than 100 members here. And we also have technology engineers and designers, which is exceeding 60% of the members here. And the missions and visions and the values that we have in this section, I don't have time to cover all of this, but the point is that we want to provide a better education and to change the education to a better way, and so that many people can open up their new possibilities with the help of digitals. So let me briefly introduce some of our products. For Japan, we have Globis Study, and also for the overseas market, we name it a Globis Unlimited. With the smartphones everywhere, anytime, with low price, and you can learn something of a very high knowledge. And Another service is Global LMS. This is what we are pretty much effort this year. This is a new generation learning management system. And for the HR people, they find it very easy to use, and we are planning to make more advancement for this service. And we're using these kinds of languages and tools for this service, and we are using these ones on the back end. Ruby is a major part, and because of the high productivity and high flexibility, that's the basis of Ruby. Well, I just went through very quickly, so if you need a more detailed explanation, I will be happy to explain to you in the booth. So those of you who are interested, please visit our booth. Thank you very much.
So I'd like to finish the review of the contract, but I'm also worried that I have overlooked something important. So if you're worried about like this, you can depend on legal force. AI developed by lawyers can identify any issues in your contract. There are many other tools to improve the productivity of your work, improve the efficiency of contract review. Hello, I'm Ida from CoinCheck. I'm very happy to make a presentation about the company for a sponsor session. So about CoinCheck, we run the market for the cryptocurrency. So UI, UX, easy to use, and also the number of the type of the cryptocurrency is the largest in Japan, and we have built all system in-house. So we have about 40 to 50 engineers. So these are our strengths. And now in terms of application download, we have exceeded 440,000. This is again the highest in Japan. And recently, other than the market, as a new business, we have been expanding our activity. As you see on the left-hand side, CoinCheck NFT. This is the C2C marketplace where you can buy and sell NFT, which is a token on the blockchain. And since the beginning of the service in 6 months, the number of the users reached 550,000. And now on the right-hand side, CoinCheck IEO. This is a new way of raising capital using tokens. July this year, Hash Palette, they successfully raised the capital using our platform. So in this way, we are accelerating the new business development. So we are hiring engineers. Especially, we have acute shortage of the Ruby on Rails engineers. So if you're interested, please come to visit our site. Lastly, other than the cryptocurrency exchange market, we like to expand the new business using Ruby on Rails. So if you're interested, I'm very happy. So that's all. Thank you very much.
The company to make the life better. Techno Project. Techno Project is to, the mission is to create a better way of living for the administration, healthcare, and private companies. We are providing IT service like the Wakayo, which is a CO2 monitor utilizing Ruby. Through the technology, we want to bring the society with smile for all the people to make somebody's life better. That's the Techno Project. Now, let me introduce Wakayo. If there's not enough ventilation, the risk of infection will become higher, and Wakayo will monitor the CO2 concentration and notify the timing for ventilation. So without missing the timing, ventilation can be done with the system NDIR system. It is accurately measured with the latest sensor. It is possible to provide safe and also it's possible to confirm the CO2 concentration and humidity and temperature on a real-time basis, and the notifying will be given by sound or email when the CO2 concentration exceeds some level. And if it's connected to a smart light, the light will notify the time. And for the heat attack also, if the risk becomes higher, the email will be sent. And with a chart, it shows a history of the monitoring. For the rent conference room, if you read the QR code, the user can confirm the monitoring numbers. So Wakayo can be used for restaurants, for schools, for home, for hospitals, and office can be used in various places. We're also looking for partners who will be distributing the products. Techno Project company to make life better. Good afternoon. Let me introduce GMO Pepabo. So first of all, I'm from CTO room engineering team from Kagoshima. My name is Takaoka. I live in Kagoshima and I belong to the K-Ruby Kagoshima. The GMO Pepabo will connect and also expand the possibility of the internet. And also we provide various web service and smartphone apps to help the activities of individuals. And the number of partners are 442 currently. We have sites in Tokyo, Fukuoka, and Kagoshima. And for those who are working remotely, we have members from Hokkaido in the north all the way down to Okinawa in the south. And what we need is Ruby, indispensable for our service. The service of GMO people, well, we use Ruby in various areas, especially Lollipop and Managed Cloud. We were given the 2020 Ruby Grand Prix, not only using them for language, but also for Hakoniwa or Puppet. They can be used for those peripheral tools. And not only we use Ruby in our work, but also we write articles to the Ruby magazines, and we are involved in the development of Ruby as well. And also we actively participate in community activities. These are all the events that we have participated, and also we share those information in an in-house Slack. So if you find one of us, please look at us with a friendly view. And if there are some people from Kagoshima who is viewing this, please consider participating in K-Ruby. We support the Kagoshima Ruby community. Also, to expand our Ruby activities, we conduct the Rails Girls activities. There's many of us who is participating here. Also, we operate the engineering school at Fukuoka. And the key word is just to be there, you can make your growth. So we are trying to have the environment where you can grow in your daily activities. So for those who have experience or not having experience can make your growth. And for the Rubies, then for those who want to start working with Ruby, please come to join us if you are interested. Please, let's work together to make the world a more interesting place. Thank you very much.
To identify the risk and the management of remote working, you have the Skyview client. So they introduced the new edition for the version 17 for Cloud Edition. And a new normal, one of the new normal is web meeting. For version 17, you can visualize the time spent on the web meeting by user. So you can see how many hours in a day you spent time for web meeting. And this is the information for further improvement of efficient work style improvement. And also, you can manage the log. By looking at the log, you can tell whether the operation was inside of the office or somewhere outside. The version 17 has enhanced function to prevent malware, and also other improvements are based upon the customer feedback. To promote DX, and also because of the pandemic, work style has changed and more people are now using cloud. So SkySea Client View can be used as Cloud Edition. Client View Cloud Edition is now available, and the licensing investment, licensing fee or the server investment are not required. So you can minimize the initial investment, and also function is the same level as on-premise version. You can have the good management of security, information security. So we like to stay with customer and improve the functions. Hello, I'm Kawasaki from LSO Lab. So I'd like to talk about the Ruby serverless framework SOLS. So first about our company. It was established in 2012, and since then we cover the various services, the web application development and the cloud services. And in 2020, we established also a laboratory in Amsterdam, Netherlands, to develop the latest technology and share the result as open source. We like to improve the productivity as well as the working environment for the software development. And SOLS project is targeting the reduction of the cost for the software development and the maintenance, and recognized as advanced project by the government of Netherlands. I still remember how happy I was when I had the experience of the Ruby on Rails for the first time. So to have the same development experience in a cloud-native environment, we adopted active record and scaffolders, schematic scaffolding in a distributed system. So all file generations are automatic. So you can focus on the business logic. And the test gives the feedback very quickly. So you can minimize the impact of the change in other parts of the system. And also you can write the unit test with RSpec and test the code by code to prevent the impact of the bugs. And from Ruby 3.0, static type check using RBS became possible. By combining it with IDE support by Steep, we can find the bugs while coding. And again, you can minimize the impact of the bugs. By adopting Robocop for interformatter, we can unify the coding style among team members. We use GitHub Action and deploy at a small scale, commit by commit automatically, to minimize the potential problem due to the code integration. Even if test fails, the error will not be carried to the production environment. And even though we have distributed system, we manage logs centrally, so we can identify the problem very quickly. So that's about SOLS. Today, at 3:20, as part of the conference, I have a chance to talk about this project. And then at 3:30, I will do the live coding. And I hope you learn more about the SOLS coding So if you're interested, please come and view that lecture as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Are you enjoying the Ruby World Conference? I'm from Tsukurik. I'm CTO. My name is Nakamura. Just give me 3 minutes to explain about the service we provide for the construction industry, the reason why we provide it to the construction industries, and so on. So, in this conference, where are you participating from? I think many of you from home and office. Those are the basis of our life. Homes and offices, roads and waters, all those infrastructures are deeply related to the construction industry. You feel it for you are granted to have this safety in your life, but this is thanks to the efforts of the construction industry. So those who make the future and the current construction, 1/3 of them are today over year 55, and so in about 10 years there will be more than 1 million people to retire, and for those who are in the 20s are only 1/10 of those population. So if nothing changes, then there's a fear that this industry will be collapsed. So we need to have more younger people working in this area, but the wages paid for them are about 10,000 yen a day. So it's very difficult for this. And just like IT, that is because of the multiple subcontractors layers. That's the reason why the wages are so low. And so we are organizing Tsukurin, which is a matching service. And since we have been launched with the organic and mass communication, now there are more than 56,000 members for the service. And the future that we are aiming to have is to make the construction industry an attractive one so that those people working in this field can be proud of their work, and so that all the people can enjoy the safe life. And for that purpose, not just matching, but also we are trying to give the good assessment of skills, and so that good companies can become better. So a scoring system of companies is also another idea we have for the next business. So working for the scoring algorithm, and that's important with the Ruby language. So those who are participating in the Ruby World Conference, let's make the future together with the power of technology. Thank you for your attention.
I'm Handa from Sun Asterisk. So I'd like to talk about E2E test environment using RSpec. So the Sun Asterisk is a digital creative studio focusing on this vision and mission. We like to create a world where everyone has the freedom to make awesome things that matter. The digital creative studio consists of the creative engineering business, which supports the product development for the customer, and talent and a platform business that would nurture and introduce the talents to the Japanese companies. At present, we have more than 1,500 employees from various countries, and also more than 1,000 engineers. So we have UI, UX engineer, business design engineers who can support the customer to develop their business. In the C&E business, we have many web application projects, and application quality is often the issue. In order to secure the quality, we need to have E2E tests, but although recent architecture of web application have seen increasing separation of front end and the back end, we do not have the best practices very much yet. So we like to introduce test environment based upon the Rails API mode, RSpec, Capybara, and a Docker. And this has very high level of reproducibility and does not depend on front-end framework types, so quite flexible. And once you introduce RSpec, you can recycle your assets as well. So this is a system. So back-end, front-end, you need containers for them, and also Chrome containers because you have access with Selenium. So this has to be defined on a Docker Compose YAML file. because you can use the existing Docker image, the definition is relatively easy. However, in order for the smooth communication, all the containers need to stay on the same Docker network. And then you need to define the registered driver information of the test server on a Rails helper. You specify the Selenium URL, Chromium drive option for Capybara custom driver, and customer IP address and port number, and so on. And this is a test code of an actual example. By stubbing the authentication token, login would be done as mock user. And also, this part is repeated as the every time scenario is repeated. And you can check the component easily, use CSS and also XPath. And here's the test code. And you can see the conditions by accessing the Chrome container with VMC client view. So again, I introduce RSpec for E2E test environment to assure product quality for product development. So I hope my presentation would be useful for you. Hello, everyone. I'd like to introduce Medopia Group. Myself is CTO. My name is Fukumura. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Medopia Group has the mission to support the doctors and helping patients, and also the rediscovery of medicine with collected wisdom. There are 3 characteristics. They are created by the doctors and also listed in the first section of Tokyo Exchange Market. And we have the members of 140,000 doctors, covering 40% of the doctors practicing in Japan. And we are developing a new business of the platform. About the 20 services are available. And I'd like to introduce some of the business today. And now, as for the business, there are 4 segments: collective platform business, and the primary care platform business, and preventive medicine platform business, and nursing care platform business. So the services are for doctors, nurses, and pharmacists, or healthcare providers, insurance providers, and hospitals. And for platforms, from mid to long-term point FY21, 7.4 billion, and then in 3 years, we like to expand it to 15 billion yen sales. So these 3 platforms I mentioned, and also additionally, we are introducing the nurse care, the platform business. And as for the size of the organization, currently about 100 the members. We have engineer team for each business group, but also CTO covers entire section, supporting SIS and other basic aspects. Lastly, engineering. As for the development, well, I skip this part. HLT is a focus, and also flexible work style. And as for the environmental, the MacBook Pro, and also as a support up to 120,000 yen, we support the skill up of engineers. So that's all. Thank you very much.
お待たせいたしました。これよりご講演をお送りする皆様は、発表者の講義に
Thank you.
応募され、
We would like to start the session, and these presenters are selected by the Program Examination Committee. From the Techno Project, Yuya Hayashi, and from the Trust Software, Nobuhito Takeuchi are going to share us their presentations. Mr. Hayashi obtained a PhD in the physics in Hiroshima University in 2017, joined the Techno Project. Now, he's working in the Bureau of New Business Promotion to create new businesses. IoT, machine learning are the major interest, and the loss function he love is L2 softmax loss. Mr. Takeuchi worked in software development in 2019, came to Matsue City, Shimane Prefecture to start up Trust Software to become a person to work with. He would like to be the person that other people would like to work with. Ruby, mruby/c, IoT, a solution for the creation and development of Wakayo. Sumimasen.
少々準備に時間がかかっております。大変申し訳ございません。もうしばらく
We have to wait for a moment. The preparation is going on. Thank you very much for being patient.
ください。
大変長らくお待たせいたしました。準備が整いました。それではご講演ご覧ください。
Thank you very much. Everything is now prepared. Please enjoy the presentation. We'd like to talk about Wakayo, IoT solution for the Ruby mruby/c. The manufacturer for the development is a Techno Project. Introduce the presenters. From the Techno Project, my name is Yuya Hayashi. I studied physics and then joined the Techno Project. And then for 4 years, I worked as an IT engineer and IoT device development. And I am in charge of the IoT device development and processing of data.
株式会社トラストソフトウェアの竹内です。
I am Takeuchi. I've worked as software development and created a company. And from the Techno Project, we have the consignment project for the development of Wakayo. And I am in charge of the server structure, server-side functional development. I would like to start the presentation. This is the agenda item, the function of Wakayo, and the process of development, and I would like to talk about IoT device overview, the function of Akayo. There's the 2-minute video, and please enjoy it.
続いて開発の経緯を述べていき
Now I'd
ま
like
す。
to talk
発端は
about the
我々テクノ
development
プロジェク
of
ト。
the processes. As a course I took, this is a joint project. The measurement of the indoor, the room environment, and with the measurement is done for the development of our sensors and CO2 measurement equipment and the VOC PM 2.5 part of our research project for the further development and research. And with the expansion of the coronavirus, we have to avoid the close contact of the people. And first, there was regulation very general. In order to avoid the infection, we have to avoid ventilation loss. And based upon this, we started the joint development. And first of all, systems should have been developed, so we determine the requirements. This is the system requirements. First of all, for the measurement of the air, the conditions related to CO2 and humidity and the temperature are measured. And also, because of the degradation of the indoor environment, and we wanted to create a device that could detect these anomalies. And based upon the findings, the CO2 should be measured at the interval of 1 minute, and the measurement is decided at 1 minute interval. And but the system requires the frequent access to the servers at about 1,000 access per minute, and also there is user access in addition to that. Therefore, this kind of a transmission would accumulate to 500 million, and the problem was to solve this frequent access and a huge amount of data. Therefore, we try to figure out a configuration that would enable this, the system requirements, system configuration. And first of all, AWS is selected, and the IoT device, MLBC, is used for the efficiency of the development, and the Ruby on Rails are used on the server side as well. For the details, I'd like to explain to you later. First of all, the overview of IoT device. Left-hand side, you see the hardware, the configuration, and in the middle, this is a microcomputer, and this controlled other the modules, and this is the Wi-Fi module with the LED and room air monitor, and also there are some other the condensers and the register to minimize the noise, but this is not relevant. The software on the right-hand side, exciting, and on the mRuby and virtual machine is on this, and hardware abstraction, and the functions are mounted, and mRuby/C is mounted on top of that. This is the target of the development this time. And with mRuby/C, we were able to achieve a higher efficiency, and the C code and mRuby/C code are compared directly at Wakayo. We didn't develop this code for this purpose, but the significance and the semantics are the same. You see, this is more efficient. It is possible because, first of all, this is a virtual machine, and the major module are defined, and also the grammatically it is succinctly written, and in addition, this is very important. We do not get into the trap of this, the C language, and therefore we were able to develop more efficiently and at high speed. And I'd like to explain that in more detail. This is a cycle of the development process. IoT device is developed with the hardware development first, and then based upon the specifications of the hardware, software is developed. Then we would use the real machine to test it. And if you find some test, then we would go to the hardware and the software, and there will be some restriction of the feedback. For instance, Wi-Fi. For instance, there was a potential of the aberration of the temperature reading because of the heat generation. Therefore, we have to have the distance with the Wi-Fi module. And also, Wi-Fi module had a bug to stop the device, and therefore we needed to modify the software codes. And therefore, if you find one problem, you have to look at both hardware and the software, and you have to modify, and hardware and location, and the revision would require also the revision of the software. I didn't write this, but the sensor was not available. Therefore, we needed to recall the gather hardware, and if there should be some problem of the measurement, there is a possibility of causing the modification of the hardware and software. Therefore, it is very good to use mRuby/C instead of C language. I'd like to explain the server side. Now, CO2 data come from the IoT, and we expected a huge amount of data. Therefore, Amazon EC2 was selected. Therefore, the one-day data is put on the EC2, Amazon EC2, and then sent to AWS CLI. And therefore, it is divided between sensors and put into Amazon S3. Therefore, we were able to handle huge amount of data. Now, the day's data is put on the EC2 local data CSV, and for the past data through the AWS Lambda will get the data. And at Lambda, there will be some the cutting some data off so as to reduce amount of transmission of the data to reduce the load upon EC2 Amazon. Now this is Webpacker for the setline Webpacker. Makes it easier to use a Webpacker. This is a library, and the static cell JavaScript framework introduction was introduced very smoothly. Then the reciprocate is used for the cassette pipeline, and we have used this for development. But recently, the URL of the front line is richer today. Therefore, we decided instead to use a web packer. Now, we divide the front line and the server side, and Webpack is quite useful. Therefore, for the development of a Webpack, this is very convenient to have the interaction through Webpack to the front end. And Vue.js use tools and Bootstrap for CLS. And this is divided between users and administrator, and the user function is used for Vue, and the administrator use Bootstrap. And the router is not used, and the Rails routing is used instead for the router. And the single page application is not used here. This part of the image is supported by Vue.js and very effective. And the asset compile is done by Rails, and for Java CSS, the specific method is prepared. Therefore, it was very convenient. Now, active job. Now, background job is controlled through the Rails, and this is a command. The background and for the release is used for the perpetuation of the data, and the system D is used in addition to that. For the system mail transmission, the smart light on and off, and the API, these are put into the background job. Mail is used for mail, CO2 alert and heat shock alert, and Amazon CSS is used. And for the light on and off is supported by APA using Lambda. By using active job, you don't have to directly handle but register the jobs. Therefore, it is possible easily to change over to other job schedule. And therefore, Web and Ruby on Rails are used to develop very efficiently, and the development time was minimized. Now, with the expansion of the coronavirus infection, we developed the system to visualize the indoor air environment. IoT device, web applications are developed with Ruby. With a lot of efficiency and using AWS, the huge amount of data and the server-side load reduction were sustained. Into the future, various sensors can be added to IoT device for better visualization, and analysis are under study. We are trying to do it on the server side. In addition to the coronavirus, we would like to expand application to the QOL and the health promotion. Thank you very much for your attention. Hayashi-san, Takeuchi-san, thank you for the presentation.
Now, following, we would like to have the lecture by Mr. Masafumi Okura. He's a freelance software developer who mainly does the development with Ruby Rails, and recently he also acts as a chief organizer and Kaigi on Rails. And sometimes he would send the patch to OSS, and he himself has made or maintenance various OSS. So one of those works are JSON and Alba, the serializers, and also the tiny hooks, which enables the very fast callback. And today, his title is Control Methods Like a Pro. Good afternoon, everybody. Today, I would make the presentation titled Control Methods Like a Pro. If we talk about methods, method itself, I'm sure you use it in your daily work. And I'm sure you are very much used with the methods, but there are some aspects that are not well known, and I would like to focus on those aspects that is not well known. For example, sometimes you might think if you want to call the methods, if there are some conventions, you want to add some conventions. For example, name of the method, or if there's a library for the test, like a mini test, and since it starts with a test, and to acknowledge it automatically, that is a method for the test with the name of test. And also to certain method, you want to add the callback. For example, if it's for the log and you need to have the callback, but you don't want to alter the method itself, or you're not allowed to do that, in that case, without altering the method, you want to add some features. Maybe you might have those needs sometimes. In that case, the active support callback is provided by Rails. Of course, that can also do that. But for this case, you have to first consider that callbacks might be added in the method. So it has to be written at the very beginning that you might sometimes add the callbacks to this method. But what I'm trying now is how can we do that without doing that? So that's when we should work with this idea. This is a code that I have just considered, which is in the logic class, and let's add call here. What I'm trying to do here is that this method, if you look at the bottom, you see main, and you want to call the main. But before calling the main, you want to do a validation to that. So how to execute the validation? If it starts with validate underscore in the name, that's the method. To first call that method that starts with validate. And you don't have to take notes because I will explain about the codes later about this one. The class named logic is what we just saw, and the logic class, if we succeed that, this will be the code. The main is only just output as the argument. The validate name presence or validate name length. This part is in order to fulfill that the name starts with validate, so they are called before the main is called. So how do we actually use it? This is an example that I did with IRB. I added name Masafumi to this logic, and if I call that, which validation has been executed is shown here, and then after that the name comes out and it's new coming out. But if we are not going to give the argument to that, if it's an empty name and it's being Rails with the name for the method, those are the cases. So that's a way to use. Of course, I can give many other examples, but let's say that's for a while. So you might be wondering who I am. My name is Okura. My name is Okura Masafumi. I started using Ruby since 2012, and from 2013, I'm working with Ruby. I'm a freelance Ruby Rails developer. And I'm mainly putting much efforts these days in a project of Kaigi on Rails, focusing on Rails. It's a technical conference I'm working as an organizer, and also I do some of the work for OSS, like the fixing the typo or to give the CI to other people's OSS or to give the badges. And also I myself made the gem named Alba, and the JSON serializers are also what I have made. And what I'm talking right now was made when I was creating Alba. So my speech is made up of two parts. The first part is to know. In Ruby, there are methods for methods. That means that these are the methods to operate the methods. And especially among that, if we are to know those, let's focus on those that we can obtain the information. So first, there's a method that lists the methods. What you see here with bold characters with a backsheet, those are the actual names of the methods. Well, I have listed about 3 of them: methods, private methods, and singleton methods. And so these are all going through symbols, and not going through the method object. So first, the methods. There are public methods, and there are different kinds of methods here. But these two call back with the list. Private methods are a method does not appear on methods, so they call back, return the methods that are private. And the singleton methods are specific methods. They return those special methods to list the class methods in most cases. And then if we are to fetch methods or to obtain methods, methods. This is to make method into an object, and to bring it to make it into object for some method that a method has, and to return that. Let's say there's a full line of characters, and I put gsub as a symbol. Then the method object of gsub will be returned, and which is executable. This is the method that is executable, and if it's executed, the gsub will be called. On the other hand, there is another method named instance method. In most of the cases, they are class or modules. It's a method that they are returning those kinds of methods. The string, which is a class object, and instance method. If we put the instance method, then the gsub, again, if we add that, then the gsub method that are not executable will be returned, because there's no characters that are to substitute, just like the foo that we saw before. It is lacking that kind of thing here. So I came through this very quickly, but method is also an object. So the method as a method object, there are 2 types of classes to express that. One is the method class. So foo.method gsub will be the similar one that you saw in that example. It is executable, and the reason why it's executable because the necessary information are already there. Object receivers or method receivers objects are there, so all the informations are available there. So the method class object is called a proc object, which is like a block. So it is possible to change it to toProc, or if it's right unbound, it is possible to change to an unbound message. An unbound method class is like something you can obtain that instance method that I explained before. This is not executable. And the right reason why is because when we do the GSUM, for example, foo.gsum, it shows that's the status where it doesn't show to what should be substituted. That's what we call the unbound method. Not executable with the most important point here, but also not possible to convert into a proc. If it cannot be called, it cannot be a proc. And the missing information to what object will be linked can be added with the method of bind. And by doing that, it could be changed to method class. So you can know a lot about methods, since method object is just an object. So it reacts to various information like name. You can know what's the name, and parameters. You will know what are the arguments, and RETs also shows a number of arguments, and the source location is very convenient for debugging. You can see in which file the methods are defined. You can know that by looking at the source location. It gives the location of where the source is, and there's no body. In Ruby, method will transfer many information, but as for the body itself, there's no way to obtain. That's not available for individual methods. And the demonstration here. So let me go to the first part of the demonstration. I showed the logic class in the beginning, so let's take a look at that. Here, we call methods, and then also private methods, and go through the symbol. So we combine that together with class and then hand it over to the select, and the method will, if it starts with validate underscore or not, and just by looking that, and that's first selected.
And call a value, and then the method object is obtained which is appropriate for that method, and this produces log through the name of the method. Therefore, this is a log name is called and executed, and the log is issued. And this is a method clause, and also it is possible to execute as call. And after this is done, we will go to main, and this is the call of the method. Next, and then my logical clause is class defined, and then initialize it and obtain the name, and then just output it. That is a main, the function of the main. So this is what we want to do, but before that, validate underscore, there are two methods of this kind. One is there's a name, also empty. If the name is too long or too short, it's checked here. And then ARB is initiated while relative and call myLogic. And then myLogic dot new. And then, as has been mentioned initially, my name is entered, and then it works with mail. But if you put full name, that is too long, and they would get angry. And also, obviously, mail is given, then the validation would cut it off, and then it will call this sequence of the messages like this. Therefore, the main and the myLogical class side, it is quite simple, very concise, and the validation is done on the parent side, and that is how the kind of a class and the design was made possible. I'll go into the second part. The second part is defining. Now, you know how to define method, and the day-to-day routine you are doing it. And if you use Ruby, so we use a keyword like def, and we also use the def. In some cases, this is not very convenient because it's static, which means, for instance, in the loop and the each, if you use def one after another, it is not possible to do serially. In that case, we would use instead the define method. Def, it's not the symbol that comes after def as a name, but the define method can receive name. The symbol. Therefore, the reiteration, it is possible to define the method because it can get a symbol. After that, in the case of define method, it's the content of the method, like proc and the method objects are substituted. And usually we don't use this method, but undefined method, that is to delete a method, and it is possible on Ruby. This is undef. It is a keyword, but we don't use it very frequently, and by using this undef keyword, it is possible to delete method. And there is the pair, which is undef method, and undef method is dynamic, and undef is static. So these are used differentially, and there's a remove method as well. This is just to delete a method, and it would we cannot go up to the level of the parent. Remove method is just consecutive chains, and just one point is deleted. By combining these, well, it is possible to redefine method. Natively, the Ruby does not provide this function, but it is also possible to redefine method. I would like to explain that. Now, we have to determine the name first, and then the method object corresponding to that name will be taken through method. And then create new proc, and then new proc, inside the new proc, that previous method is called. That is wrapping of this part. That means a new proc will involve all the methods. By doing so, it is possible to add functions. And after that, regarding the old method, we need to remove method. To eliminate that method, And the same name, under the same name, we defined the method. And number 3, we created a proc that is taken from the method, and the proc that wrap method which is old, and then it will be defined as the new main body. By doing so, it is possible to redefine method. Any method can be redefined in this way.
ここまでの説明だとですね、結構
Probably
何のこっちゃっていう感じの方も多いと思うので、
you didn't
もう一回
understand
デモを
anything,
します。
so let me demonstrate.
はい、2つ目のデモは、タイニーフックスという
This is the tiny hooks, the gem I created, and tiny hooks gem, as the name suggests, it has a very tiny code, but even though small, it is filled with a lot of things that we can do. Let me show you how it operates. Starting from my method, define hook, the method of define hook, and put it the hook before the method, and my before hook is added before, and my method will be issued before, and actually it is done in that way, but it's not that too great as we are doing always, and also we can do it method before, and also for the class method it is possible to create a hook, and also we can interrupt, and we can do many things, and how to realize it is shown here. Now define hook is the core method in this case, but it's longer before and after we have to specify, and then which method, and this is defined with a symbol, and then followed by the definition of the hook, the content of the callback, and that is described as a method name. And then class method, this is a flag, and when there's a class method flag, private method is called in this case. Without the flag, hook is done for the instance method, and therefore it involves the private instance method. As the name suggests, private thing is called with an instant method. So that is what it is, and put into the variable. The private method, depending upon it contains a target or not, it will bifurcate into two pathways. And then start from here, it says original method, and taking the public method, then the public method should be taken. Otherwise, the instant method should be called. And when it is called, it is a process, and also original method has to be conserved, and then it is done. The main body of the method, that is the main body of the hook, would be questioned, and this is the block. If it's n, it's okay, but if it's not, we have to call the method again. So this is a kind of the proc, the lambda, to call a method, and after undef, define the method after that. The main body of the method is a method body. And finally, this is a declaration of the to making it private. If it's a before, it's a before method, and if it's after, it's after method, and this is before. Depending upon the Ruby version, it is bifurcated further, and if it's over 2.7, As I mentioned earlier, the block to involve the method is used, and the method is called here. It says original method is called, but the method of calling depending upon the class of the original method. Now, these intermediate calls are the kind of the condition for interruption. If it's before 2.6, things are different, but basically what we do is the same. No, I cannot give you all the explanation fully, but by taking this method, block can be created and a library is produced. Now performance is improved greatly, and as you see here, can you see? In this case, this upper side is better. 1.62 times it is slower. Acumen support is not really slow, but the Tiny Fox can make it more efficient using those tiny triggers. That is the end of the second demonstration. I talked about this in rush, but I talked about the various methods to manipulate methods. In conclusion, take home method. Take home method is that the method is object. That is, if it's a single message that I have to deliver, this is a take-home message. And also, I would like to convey to you personally that it's not bad playing with this method. In the beginning, when I learned the method object, at first I didn't know how to utilize them. But I showed you earlier, there are some actual cases in which method objects are used. And this is a kind of the friend to play with. But in addition to that, this is part of the meta programming that gives us a great power. Therefore, after listening to my talk, if you are convinced or if you think this is great, I would like to invite you to join us. And this is what I would like to tell you personally. And what are the next steps? There are two names on this slide. As I mentioned earlier, this is about the Tiny Fox library. And our calls are small and utilizing and manipulating those around the method. And I think if you enjoyed my talk today, this part is very interesting for you too. And also the official document. We have to read official document, and also there are examples of the codes. Therefore, please take a look. And finally, these are your quotes. Just listen to some other person's talk will not enable you to understand, and therefore it's better to use it yourself. You have installed Ruby, therefore please write your own code to understand how it works. And please experience it by writing your own codes. And thank you for listening to my talk, and I'm looking forward to your feedback after you're writing your own codes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for listening to Mr. Okura's connection, and he would join in the question answer session that will start from 1740 today. So for those who have questions, please write your questions on YouTube chat or Twitter or hashtag RubyWorld. And depending on the questions, maybe we will not have time to cover all the questions. Now, following, we would like to have the lecture by Mr. Sugiyama from Matsue Technical College and Ms. Satsuki Okuda from Cyber Trust. We will have that from 5 past 14, 2:05. Please wait a while. So thank you for waiting. Now we would like to have the next lecture. We would like to have the lecture by Mr. Sugiyama, graduated from the Faculty of Science at Hokkaido University in 1999 and completed a doctoral course at the same university in 2007. He's a Doctor of Science. And after working as a special appointment professor and postdoctoral researcher at Kyushu University, National Astronomical Observatory of Japan, Hokkaido University, and JAXA, he assumed his current position in 2016. He has been engaged in research related to Earth and planetary information science and IoT. Ms. Okuda graduated from the Department of Information Engineering at Matsue National College of Technology in March 2021 and joined Cyber Trust in April. When she was a student, she belonged to a laboratory in the field of IoT and developed SIMRAI, a small Ruby-based visual programming tool for functional testing in the manufacturing industry. Currently, she is active as an engineer, supporting the introduction of OSS enterprise products. Today, we are going to see a presentation titled Development of SIMRAI, an automated tool for functional testing, a new way to use small Ruby to increase programming human resources in the manufacturing industry. Good afternoon. Now, I would like to talk about the development of the automated tool for functional tests, the SIMRAI. So first, I would like to explain how we reached this idea and in the collaboration between the Matsue Technical College and the Ruby community. And also, I will explain about the tool named SIMRAI that we have created. The SIMRAI's appearance is like this, and this is the tool that has modified or improved the small Ruby. We would like to explain what kind of improvement we added and what we could realize by that. So first, I will explain how we came to this idea. And this part, I'm Sugiyama. I will explain, and I'm teaching now at the Department of Information Engineering at Matsue National College of Technology. At this school, we have collaboration with the regional Ruby community and use of Ruby language, and the community events are our activities. And as we show here in the bottom, these are the class subjects that we cover. First, the students will start the programming with the C language, but as I showed here with the red, once they go to the higher grades, they start studying the Ruby. And also for the supplemental lessons, they study the Ruby. In the collaboration with the regional Ruby, the Ruby City Matsue project is one of our partners, and to develop the human resources of Ruby is one of the purpose of that. And the actions we are taking is two subjects among us are done under this collaboration, so that the IT-related people will come to the school and also instruct the students on how to use this. And those who wants to have a deeper study, they can conduct extracurricular activities. And now the students are actively participating in the development of small Ruby, so they experience those practical experience. And in OSS event, there are also studies of group study. In the group study, they give up ideas with each other, and also they are trained to put together the presentation, and all these results are put together, and the OSS business plan, they apply for the OSS business competition. In the past few years, the mRuby plus C's collaboration study has been conducted, and the mRuby/C study in 2019 RubyWorld conference, we presented about this study. they made a study board, or the lessons are made, and also creating teaching materials, and many activities are conducted in collaboration. And the students who are participating in small Ruby, the mruby/c is used, and we are working on a project to make the teaching tools for the primary education. We introduced this idea in 2019 Ruby conference with a small Ruby to make the program with the combination blocks, and the mruby/c's code can be obtained. And once you press the button, the mruby/c codes are compiled, and that's how you get the writing to various kinds of microcomputers, and that microcomputers will start moving. This is the tools that is developed, and by using that, the IoT coder is prepared. That's also utilizing CO2 sensor to do the ventilations, or looking for the treasures using the GPS. And that is how the IoT educational tools are used. So through these studies, it is introduced through the study meeting in the regional community. And by those activities, we have found out the visual programmings are used a lot in the primary education sites, but we thought that maybe we can use that for actual business locations. If we wrap with the Ruby code, maybe those people who used to say they cannot write programs will become able to write programs. So based on that idea, we tried to verify that, and we made up a team that will work on the study. So Matsue School is here. Just like the extracurricular activities, we started working together with a Ruby programming boys group and the Ruby Matsue City development centers have given us technical support, and working together with Nippo, who is a manufacturing company, for development and function testing. They are actually making the codes of Ruby, so we asked Nippo to give us the support to provide us with the codes they made for us to use, to give us opportunity to test that. And between us and Nippo, the Shimane Software Research Center has been acting as a hub to coordinate between and also giving us technical support. So we could have this team, but these are the people we know very well within the community, so everything went on very smoothly. We could understand each other very well. As a result, the smooth development was conducted here. Now I would like to hand over to Okuda to explain about Simrai. Now this is the second part. I would explain about the Simrai's development and the results of this tool. So first of all, my name is Satsuki Okuda. Until last year, I belonged to the Matsue School's engineering, information engineering department, and Sugiyama's lab. And then I joined the Cyber Trust, and now I'm working for the support of the introduction of OSS enterprise products. And this time, in the second part, I would like to cover the development I did last year at Dr. Sugiyama's lab. Now, let me move on to the content here. At the production site, they are trying to automate the quality control, quality inspection. As I show here, this is based on the research center of Chugoku area. the major reason why they want to automate it is because they want to avoid overlooking NGs, and also they want to have better quality assurance to customers, and also reduce the HR cost. But in the areas where they manufacture multiple items, they have to develop the human resources who can do the programming for the feature inspections. And that's one of the functional testing. It will probably give the electric signals or give the loads to see whether the expected results can be obtained. So in this functional testing, they have to guarantee the function of the products. So they need to create the programs within themselves. And with this automation program, they need as many as the number of products they produce. So if they produce a lot of products, that means that they need to make lots of automated programs. For that reason, at the production site, they need a person capable of programming for this functional testing. So I try to make a program. I came to the idea, why don't we make a program that can automate this functional testing? And since the visual programming is using the object that is a block that is quite easy visually, one of the famous visual programming tools are Scratch or small rubies, as I mentioned here. And the visual programming tools are made for the primary educations. Since they are used in blocks, it is visually understandable and easy to obtain the basics of the programming. In the electric tool making from visual programming, it is possible to provide the control of the educational tools. For example, this is a robot made of Lego. This is a Lego Mindstorm. That's the name of the tool. And also this is the Micron Bit tool, which is made for educations. In last year's RubyWorld conference, this has been presented. This is the programming tool Shimto. That's another tool that we have. That's for the visual programming. So these visual programming tools are or never consider of linking together with the programs that are actually used at the manufacturing site. Therefore, we try to make a visual programming tool which is specialized for the functional testing and try to see whether this can be used for the production site. And here we have worked for these three items based on Small Ruby. It's a visual programming tool for functional testing. As I show here, the Small Ruby is written in blocks and becomes converted into the Ruby program. It's a visual programming tool that is capable of converting this. And with existing programming that is in the company, if we wrap with a block of Small Ruby to see. And then the visual programming tool, who knows much about the function testing, and we did the test to verify how this works. So this was only for the functional testing, and in order to develop a visual programming tool for that purpose, they added the block which will do the visual programming. And based on the programming level, we design 2 levels of categories design. And this is the one is a tester category. Tester category can be as assembled with the block as for the conventional way. That's the way it is designed. And the tester categories, as you see, there's a block and the Ruby programs in comparison, since from the program that is wrapped in one block is the showing the method that does a functional testing, and the bridge of this method that makes a judgment of the result. They are all wrapped in here. So by doing that, as we see in the left, as in the program example, just by putting together a block like this, it is possible to make the program. So this is how.
So I think this is quite easy for the actual test expert. And here's a tester 2 category. For tester 2 category, the user can do the trial and errors with block program. So as you see, for tester 2 category, the block and Ruby program corresponding one-to-one, and in one block, the program wrapped here is only the method that is the performance of the function test. So based upon the return value, you can also write a branching program. For example, if the test was completed successfully, you can display that result on the screen. By contrast, if it was not complete successfully, you can discontinue or stop the program. And also here you see the program examples. Default blocks available for Smart Ruby can be used, so you can utilize the resource of the Smart Ruby quite efficiently. So that's another plus point. So this is how we created visual programming tool called Shinrai. Shinrai has 4 functions. The one is program generation. As I explained earlier, tester category and a tester 2 category can be used to program with this block programming. And then the second function is the execution of the program. So in this field, you build a program which is saved in your local PC, and by clicking this green banner of Web UI, you can execute the program. And by executing the program, you can actually perform the product function test on the shop floor. And the third capability is the display of the results. The results of the test results can be shown on a separate window like this. And also by block programming, you can adjust what to be displayed. And the fourth function is the recording of the result. So what's displayed on the separate window, the result, can be saved as the text file like this. So you can refer to the results later if required. So now I'd like to explain about the field test we conducted, or the field experiment, I should say. We wanted to see whether those who are the product testing expert but had no programming experience can automate the test using Shinrai. we had 4 members from Nippo Shimane plant. Out of 4, 3 had no experience or programming at all, and 1 had a little bit experience with C language. These 4 members were divided into 2 groups. Also, to support them, myself and Tanabe-san from Nippo Shimane plant, they joined as instructors. So we gave the tutorial for Shinrai and supported the participants during the exercise. So you see the picture here. That's when I shared my screen for Shinrai tutorial. So for this experiment, we prepared blogs by the wrapping Ruby library for product development and testing available at Nippo Shimane plant. So in this Ruby program, you see red box. That's Ruby library portion for the testing. So the goal of this experiment was to automate the product function test covering all 6 items using Shinrai in 2 hours. So the first step was to give tutorial for Shinrai. As you saw the picture before, the instructor shared their screen and created the sample program together. And then the exercise documents were provided to the participants, and they consulted the document and built the program by themselves and implemented the test. The time given was only 2 hours. We encouraged them to try tester category first. But once they completed the tester category exercise, they're encouraged to move on to the tester 2 category as well. If there were some errors or if they had questions, the instructors were there to assist them. Lastly, we asked them to give us their response in a questionnaire about the use of this exercise, Shinrai, and this exercise. So this is the program, example of the program the participants created. Each step has to be built to follow the previous step. Step 1 is the charging to the test mode. To create a program, these 3 blocks are combined together. After finishing step 1, step 2 is executed. So it has to be the following portion of charging to the test mode. By completing all 6 steps, you can complete the program to cover all 6 test items. Now you see automation of the product function test using Shinrai. It's a little bit difficult to see, but here's a PC to use Shinrai. And this is the actual product to be tested. And here is a tester. On the panel of the product, you see numbers, and also on the terminal, at the tester terminal, all these numbers keep changing automatically, which means the tests were automated using Shinrai. Next, I'd like to share the results. Results of the this exercise, all 4 participants completed the program to automate the testing of product function. 2 out of 4 finished tester category exercise and moved to tester 2 category exercise as well. So the exercise task was designed based upon the actual test, and all of the participants finished that task. So that means they could write a program usable on the shop floor. And here the result of the questionnaire. We asked whether the SIMRAI was suitable tool for automation for the use on the shop floor, and all the 4 participants responded positively. Comments included it was quite beneficial using automated test mode. It saved the man-hour very much, and also the performance was much faster than the other automation software used for the other product. So based upon this result, we could confirm that they had a confidence that they could build a program using SIMRAI, although they did not have any programming experiences before. And another question was whether tester category was easy to use or not. And as a measurement of ease of use, easy to understand, easy to write, and confident that they could build a program. So again, the result of the questionnaire, all 4 members had a positive response to all 3 aspects. And the comments included it was quite easy because they could just arrange the blocks to complete the program. It was easy to see visually, and they found it was easy because they just arranged the program according to the job sequence as they performed the test. So again, we can say from this example, the results, we could build the program that can be built by arranging the block according to the job sequence. And then we also had a question regarding tester 2 category, and the 2 participants responded to this question, whether the tester 2 category was easy to use, again based upon the 3 aspects. The one who had a little bit experience with C language responded positively to 3 aspects, but the one with no experience or programming said it was rather difficult to use. The one with C language experience said it was easy to display the results of the test and error, and it was easy to do debugging by just arranging the blocks. So again, we can say, as we designed the tester 2 category, we could allow the user to try to do the try and error by arranging the blocks. So why they could write a program to automate the product test of a suitable level for the shop floor, even if they had no programming experiences. One, so we wrapped the Ruby library for the existing other test by the block. There were Ruby library already, so by using that, they could perform the test at the same level as they were performing the test. And by just arranging the block, they could build the program. So it was easy for participants, even if they have not tried the programming before. And the second aspect was the blocks were arranged to utilize the experiences of the operators who were the test experts already. So as explained earlier, the one method, one test performance is wrapped in a block So by just arranging the block according to the operation sequence, you can write the program. So if you have experience, if you're the expert of the product test, you find this intuitively easy to write the program. Lastly, we investigated whether the visual programming tool specially designed for the product testing can solve the issues of programmer shortage in the manufacturing industry. We did 3 things. One, we developed Shinrai. Then we wrapped existing program assets in the company by small Ruby blocks. And then we experimented with those who had no programming experience but are knowledgeable about the product test. So as a result, Shinrai would help those who had no programming experiences to build a program and display the potential capability as programmers. And also Shinrai may contribute to the increase and the diversity of programmers in the future. Students at the junior high school as well as elementary school learn programming using visual programming tools, and when they're grown up and join a manufacturing company, they can utilize their experience, the learning of programming based upon a visual programming tool. And as a result, in the future, there will be increase in the programmers working for manufacturing industry, and also there's increase of increasing amount of the work done with visual programming. And also, Nippo Shimane plant, who supported us with this project, is now working on implementation of Shinrai for their practical use. So if you are from a manufacturing company and if you worry about the programming, please think about small Ruby. That's all from me. Thank you very much. Sugiyama-san, Okuda-san, thank you very much. Sugiyama-san and Okuda-san will join us, the questions and answers starting around 5:40. So if you have questions to them, please write your question with YouTube chat, Twitter, or hashtag RubyWorld. But if there are many questions, we may not be able to cover your question in time. We appreciate your kind understanding.
We would like to start Noro Hiroshi-san's the presentation. He worked as a salesperson and corporate sales and marketing at Recruit since he was 29 years old. He started the works applications for the development of the unexperienced non-engineers, and then started up in 2015 to dive into code, thinking about the scarcity of the IT engineer human resources. Since 2017, in August, he started the IT engineer education in Rwanda and create a lot of undergraduate from the program. And in 2020, he was awarded with the 16th Globis Alumni Award. The Department of the Creativity. He's going to talk about the Ruby engineer development in Last Frontier Africa. I'd like to talk about the last frontier, Africa, the development of the Ruby engineer. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Hiro Yoshinoro. I started up in 2015 to dive into code, and then I started to provide the opportunity for the employment and also education of IT globally, and started the development program for the IT engineer. In 2016, I talked about the 3 steps to become an engineer who can earn, and 2019 I talked about a Ruby programmer which can work globally. And also it is possible to find this video and on internet, and you can see how I have traveled in my life up until today. 2019 I went to Rwanda in Africa, deciding to introduce a Ruby there. I went there and translating the Japanese textbook into English, and I supported them online. And 3% graduated from the program, and they are hired as mentors, and they are structuring the organization in Africa. In addition to that, in my experience of the operating the programming school in Japan, I think it was possible to provide the same opportunity in the very adverse situation. I would like to solve the problems of the scarcity of the IT human resources in Japan, and also the access to the vocational training in Africa and the employment matching. First of all, the human resource scarcity in Japan is getting more difficult every year, and we will have the scarcity of 790,000 in 2030. In addition to those who are involved in development, but we have the insufficiency chronically of the human resources who are in charge of the education. Secondly, unemployment rate in Africa, particularly for the younger people, are very severe, from the 3.0% to 29.1%. Average is 14.2%. Particularly, the situation is bad in South Africa, as high as 29.1%. This is about 10 times of the Japanese unemployment rate. They don't have the opportunity, and there's so many younger people who would like to have the opportunity to work, and the work with computer is not so popular in Africa, and therefore the IT work and the computer are available, and these young people in Africa would like to work in the IT sector. And then I hope that we can take advantage of the situation so that we can have more human resources of the IT area in Japan. Now you are looking at the proposal for the solution. 120 million people live in Japan, but the population is declining in this country, and particularly the university students and the people in the society can receive IT education so as to be efficient. And there are so many people who want to learn as well. And the teachers and those who support the educational opportunity are lacking. On the other hand, in Africa, the population is 1.21 billion. The population is increasing into the future, and therefore it is very important to have the program to develop human resources who can work in the IT sector, and would like to come up with a solution for the problem. And we have actually implemented some of the programs. I'd like to introduce that, and into the future in Japan, the digital information reform and revitalization is going on. Therefore, we would like to contribute to the infrastructure To be more specific, now there's a barrier of the languages. Learn in Japanese and learn from the Japanese persons. Actually, this is a common sense in Japan, but I decided to use a machine translation going over the barriers of the different languages, and we can learn now mutually. The real-time translation is under process of the verification, and for instance, the Japanese people can be supported by the English speaking. There is a subtitle in English real time, therefore it is possible to communicate. We are verifying the function of this. And also the text-based translation is actually realized. And if you put a question in writing, and then the answer will come back in the document in a written form. And therefore, the Japanese persons can support the members in Africa. Now, this is the foundation for this program and the services. The WOBM is the multi-language service in Africa. The English and the Arabs and Portuguese and the French are incorporated into this woven multilingual services and put into the text. Therefore, exactly the same the task and exactly the same textbook can be used. Therefore, the Senegalese and the Rwandese can learn in the same way. In North Africa, their official language is different. For instance, French speaking, the people can learn from other members in Africa with a different official language area, and this is supported by the Senegalese and the Rwandese. These are members supporting this program. We want to expand further into the future. Our program is adopted the JICA. Some of them adopted by the JICA and the Benin and the AOTS. And these are the programs to promote the human resources in overseas countries, and there's a subsidy for that. And we provide the services and program of the Ruby, the engineer education development, the programs. And so we'd like to be able to produce something that can be shared. Now, the system for implementation, on-site conversational support, is done by Japanese persons. And then, on the other hand, the document written form support is done by Senegalese and Rwandese on an online basis. This is a basic system in which who are the people, particularly in Africa. There is an initiative called Abe Initiative by Japanese Foreign Ministry and JICA. And this is the program for the study abroad. And we welcome the excellent the Africans to Japan to study here, and then they go back to their respective countries to contribute locally. And about 9 persons added to this list, and they are Rwandese and working in this organization. I would like to share with you the tangible results that we can obtain. First of all, Japanese the trainees are supported by the mentors who are Senegalese and Rwandese, and using the text communication, it is possible to overcome the barriers of the different languages. For instance, the Senegal French and Rwanda English are the official languages, and these are supported online basis. And then they would share the tasks and the questions, and the responses would come back. Therefore, DeepL is used, and Google Translate is used for the machine translation. English is translated into Japanese in this way because they cannot speak Japanese, but the translation is not that precise. Therefore, reverse translation is done for the verification, and the processes are repeated in order to attain optimum communication, and also human-based learning is added, like the list of phrases, the expressions, Japanese expressions are accumulated in this collection of the phrases and put into the feedback of this translation. And LPS, that is an indicator of the satisfaction from the client. In April, 7.34. In October, in the 6 months, it increased to 8.68. It increased by 1.3 points. And now 90% of the online service is done by them. Secondly, this example of the Benin Republic, together with the local partner companies and the Senegalese and the Rwandese members, develop human resources as a Ruby engineer who are from Benin. And they produced the products, and they produce the result, which is a very high quality. For instance, the Challenge Day, online programming contents platform, Afric Shop, this is African products, and this is the sales of the African products, and the last one is Learn Better, and this is kind of advice. And Burkina Faso, this is next to Benin, and there is the lecture series based upon the donation. And this is a lecture to develop Ruby engineers. And after the completion, we select and hire these people. And there will be the persons who would create the opportunity of learning for those people who want to be the Ruby engineer. There are about 50 people, and this is the picture of the orientation. And the vice director of the Joseph Gizelf University mentioned that he would like to provide the web engineering knowledge and the skill to the selected the students. And also, His Excellency Kato, the ambassador to Burkina Faso, mentioned that this is a very important the opportunity for the job creation in Africa, and this will lead to the development of the services, and he has a great expectation. And finally, I'd like to talk about example in Japan. Now, this is a connection between Japanese and local languages. As I mentioned, there is the on-site support on Zoom, and the diver online support is given by the African employees. In addition to that, we are verifying the function of the real-time the translation, the interpretation. For instance, there's a subtitle in English as an on-site support so that they can communicate instantaneously. And with this, we will create the opportunity for work and learn, expand the RubyWorld so that we can evolve the world of Ruby. IT education is global, and there is a growing needs in Africa, and Ruby is the language that we can enjoy writing, and we would like to continue this. The same thing can be said in Africa and Japan, and we can transcend the barrier of the language using the machine learning and the human learning, and we can continue to improve the quality, and the possibility of the human is global, and this is quite important because this is a matter of the opportunity. If you have opportunity, you can do it. If not, the situation is otherwise. So through this activity, the new possibility will appear, and this will create opportunity for further learning and working. So I talked about around the theme of the Africa. If you want to know more about Africa, please let me know. And toward the community of Ruby, we would like to continue to deploy the result of our activity for the improvement of the opportunity in Africa. Thank you very much. And thank you for viewing the presentation.
And next is a presentation by Yohei Yasukawa from Yasu Lab. And he's the representative and CEO of Yasu Lab, an IPA certified super creator. When he studied in the United States, he developed disaster mitigation software, which was a big hit. And after coming back to Japan, he started a business to provide Rails tutorial and other programs which are adopted by AIIT and Kogakuin University. In 2021, also he released a training support program for companies, which was adopted by GMO Pepperpo and Sonic Garden. So today, his presentation is Rails tutorial times remote learning, why evaluation improved in spite of the remote learning. I'm Yasukawa. So I'd like to talk about the Rails tutorial, which is the contents where you can learn web service development. This program is also adopted by the university as a credit-earning curriculum. And for those programs at university, we have the evaluation or feedback from the students. And as you see here, 2020 and after, we saw the steady improvement. So it seems that it's a good affinity, a good match with the remote learning as well. So that means even if that was a web-based, there's not much difference in terms of learning experience. So I'd like to share some the background information today. But first, I'd like to share some background like our tutorial. And another thing is the keyword flipped classroom, which is a quite interesting topic to cover. So first, Rails tutorial. This is the landing page. Let's learn about the programming 0 to 1. So the product development 0 to 1. So this is for those who had some basic ideas about programming itself, login, logout, session, password, and how to deal with users' information. Security-related topics are included. And if you Google our program, Rails, for example, you may see our programs on the first page. And this is a picture at Kogakuin University and AII University have adopted our program. So the picture I showed you was before we went online. So we usually had participants of that site, 10, 20, and then from 2020 we went online. And also for the university program, we have adopted flipped classroom approach. So I'd like to talk about this approach first. So by contrast, there's the conventional learning style. So conventional learning style is now like I'm speaking to you now. Information is given one-sidedly. And then after the class, students try to solve the task. But flipped classroom is the new knowledge is provided to the students before coming to the class. So during commuting or at home, the students acquire the new knowledge, and when they come to the classroom, they apply their knowledge to work on the task. And those actual problem-solving approach will be assisted with interaction with the instructor. So that's the approach. It requires more preparation, but with this approach, students can acquire the new knowledge outside the class, and more time can be spent on a dialogue and interaction during the class. And especially if you like to try web service development, but find it too difficult, this approach may be good for you. And especially for those who are not really confident or have a little bit of challenge, this approach was very good match. But anyhow, it's not the main topic for me today. So if you're interested, please check the RubyWorld Conference 2018. The Rails tutorial, we have adopted this flipped approach, flipped classroom in 2018, and the evaluation score at that time was 4.1. So there was some other reason that evaluation improved. So I'd like to share some of the feedback from participants and students, why their evaluation or feedback improved. We have received many feedback. So first, 18 and 19, when we gave the tutorial face-to-face. So our tutorial was for students who had some basic ideas about the programming. But then, the learning about the web service development, there was a kind of gap. So they wanted to have some learning materials to fill in the gap. And some of them said they were quite happy with rich material we provided and support we provided. And based upon the feedback, we improved our curriculum, the ProGrade for beginners. And after learning the basics with ProGrade, more advanced programming like text editor, GitHub, CSS, and JavaScript. So we have provided tutorial content. So because there's different levels of the participants, so they can use the different content according to their level. So we can support the participants with different levels. So that was 2018 and 19. And then 2020, that's when we started more online. And many feedback were about the questions or the task we gave to them. The many questions require the participants explain their understanding in words. So they said it was very good for them to explain their own learning in words, and also they appreciate a quick feedback given by the instructors. So it was not just given the right answer, but about how to think. For example, RBM install, why is it necessary? So there was a kind of questions to allow the students to think more deeply. So as you might have realized, the feedback were not directly related to remote learning itself. Even before we went online, we had some good materials to support students, and we had more dialogue. So interactions about error message would be the same, whether that's online or offline, given the feedback. So this kind of dialogue can maintain the same quality of communication, whether that's online or offline. So especially this style is good for the Rails tutorial, which requires a lot of hands-on work, hands-on exercise by the participants. And then task and content, we try to improve the material. And as a result, as you see here in this graph, we received the improvement in the evaluation. Lastly, I'd like to touch upon the training program for the companies. Many companies have challenges regarding their in-house training program. Since around 2021, we started to provide the service to the companies. So using the flipped classroom, they can acquire the basic level of skill, and then React and other more advanced topics can be provided. And then I think that will be beneficial for the companies. So just like the program we offer to the universities, we arrange the program for the companies. So we support them with designing of the training, or we just provided the training itself. So that just a provision of the training, or designing or assisting the design of the training. We offer these two types of the program. And especially based upon the feedback, the flipped training, flipped classroom, and the deeper thinking was beneficial. So not just memorizing the answer, say RBM, PyM, then why do we do this? And of course, the version management is important, you may say, but if you don't do this, what would be the result? So you're expected to explain what you think in your own words, and then share your thoughts with other team members. So it's not like correct answer or the wrong answer. So you share your ideas using Slack and learn each other, so you can deepen your understanding and widen your understanding. We have 70 or so of this kind of questions. We apply the method to the corporate training program as well. And we appreciate many companies have been using our program, GMP Pepappo, for example, and front-end mobile training. Before giving those more advanced topic, they used our tutorial. And they adjusted the topic for the different teams. And also, as I mentioned at the beginning, security is one of the popular topics. So PHP, for example, it's not limited to Rails. So the companies which are using other language can also benefit from our approach and also support the material. Sonic Garden provides the tutorial to the beginners, and also PVL, like a boot camp, Sonic Garden camp. They have adopted our system, and also the training design for a company called Classy, the training for the new hire. And furthermore, there are some other companies providing the contents, the learning contents, and one of them is TechPit. This was a press release of our collaboration. So after finishing Rails tutorial, you can learn RSpec basic, Rails tutorial, and then React and tutorial, the Rails combination, and the sample app for AWS, GitHub Action for CI/CD, Rails plus Vue.js. So a tutorial could be a base to learn more advanced courses to cover more participants. So if you're using Vue.js, you can take the topic related to Vue.js. So there are more varieties, there are more choices, because there's a limit that one company can do. So by building the ecosystem and working together with other companies, we can widen the coverage. And the baseline, it could be the Rails tutorial and a sample app. So sum up, flipped classroom approach is beneficial, and it encourages many people to try on the training, the learning. And this approach is beneficial whether you learn remotely or not. And then, of course, review and improvements are necessary. And our approach is beneficial not for university, not just for university, but quite useful for companies as well. So we are improving our program day by day. And we have been doing all these things, collaboration with other companies and other colleagues. So if you're interested, you might acquire more superior learning experience. And as a result, I hope that more people are interested in the development of web service. So with tutorials, time remote learning, the Y evaluation improved despite the remote learning. So thank you very much for your kind attention. So that was Yasukawa-san. Thank you very much.
Now following, we will have the lecture by Mr. Kawasaki, but we would like to have a break until 15:30. And in RubyWorld Conference 2021, we also have online meeting spaces, and everybody can visit there where there are the sponsor booths. So please visit them. And the URL for the entrance of the online site can be seen on the official site or Twitter or Facebook.
お待たせいたしました。これよりエルソール・アムステルダム
Thank you for waiting. Now we would like to have the lecture by Mr. Kawasaki from ELSA Labo. He is born in 1985 in Kanagawa Prefecture, and currently he is living in Amsterdam. And he graduated Yokohama City University in 2011, and after that he joined Rakuten, and in 2012 he established the ELSOR company, and he also established a software development company in China, India, and Vietnam, and he also moved to Europe and US. According to the experience he had from sales or development of the software business, now he has developed a Ruby serverless framework SOLS to solve the issues. This has been acknowledged as the Advanced Research Development Project from the Dutch government. Today he is going to give us a lecture titled SOLS, a Ruby serverless application framework. Good afternoon. I would like to talk about SOLS, the Ruby serverless application framework from ELSO. Nice to meet you. My name is Fumitake Kawasaki. And let me briefly introduce myself. I was born in 1985 in Kanagawa Prefecture, and I currently live in Amsterdam, the Netherlands. After graduating from Yokohama City University in 2011, I joined Rakuten Inc. and founded EdSol Inc. in 2012 to contribute to the digitalization of Japan. In Japan, I was involved in web advertising, website development, business systems, and web application development. After establishing software development companies in China, India, and Vietnam to develop fast application, I moved to USA and Europe to conduct research on efficient application development. The Ruby serverless framework SOLS was developed to solve problems in the field based on my experience in software and business, from sales to R&D. It was certified as an advanced R&D project by the Dutch government. Now we are releasing SOLS as an open source framework and hope to contribute to the solution of digital transformation scenarios and overall software development issues in all industries. Now, here's today's agenda. First of all, I'd like to talk about some of the issues in the software development, operation, and maintenance, and briefly explain the purpose of the SOLS project and its architecture. After that, I'd like to give a live coding demonstration. First of all, I'd like to briefly review some of the issues in today's software development, operation, and maintenance, such as server management and high cost of code changes and bugs, which I'm sure you are all painfully aware of. Well, historically, server administration has always been a painstaking task for us and has given us many sleepless nights. While each server configuration is quite important, it is very difficult to visualize efficiently and to grasp the whole picture. The differences between the development environment and the production environment are not uncommon, and it takes time to identify server errors even if there is only one typo. In many cases, server resources are prepared in advance, so it is necessary to predict the peak access load to the service. If the prediction is wrong, the server will either go down or there will be a significant response delay. So many problems arise around server administration that the time and effort spent on them can be quite significant. The software industry as a whole has not placed a high value on code maintainability, and as a result, far more money and effort is spent on software maintenance than was initially spent on development. If the software is being used, changes are inevitable, and someone will actually change the code. Adding features is one of the most common requests, but until recently, the industry did not have a way to properly add features. And this is because the team that maintains the code is often not the team that originally developed the code. And if the original developer is the one who asked for the enhancement, it is difficult to remember why it was designed the way it is. In many cases, developers spend more time reading the code than writing. Therefore, if the change is large, they would try to rewrite the part rather than taking the time to read and understand the current code. The current situation is that many teams do not understand the current design, but rather try to add functionality on their own. As a result, the overall quality of the system degrades and it becomes more difficult to extend the system. More software is not designed to handle enhancements well, and adding features requires redesign, which is risky and expensive. The tangled nature of software makes it difficult to add features without a domino effect. It is not uncommon for a new feature to spawn a new bug, which in turn spawns another bug, and when this is fixed, that will continue. So that is a vicious cycle that we often see. Most of the reasons why software development project fails are due to bugs. The cost of fixing bugs is high. It increases development cost exponentially, stopping the project and ruining the software. In fact, I don't think many software developers spend a lot of time fixing bugs. The bug might be a small one, but finding the bug itself is difficult, because finding them itself is very difficult. As of 2013, Mac OS X contained about 85 million lines of source code, which can be crashed by a single typo. A bug can be as small as a typo that the compiler can find, or as large as a flaw in the overall design of the system. Bugs are just the tip of the iceberg, and fixing one can lead to multiple other bugs. The structure of software is so intertwined that fixing a single bug can be like playing whack-a-mole. What you thought would be a quick fix in a few minutes can turn out to be a wave of changes that reach the entire system. So far, I have talked about the pain points of the software, but we want to break through this situation. So we have launched the SOULS project, which aims to lower the cost of software development, operation, and maintenance. There are 3 points that we are particularly conscious in our design. The first one is to automate duplication of work. I'll never forget how impressed I was when I first got my hands on Ruby Rails. We wanted to realize the same development environment, even the cloud-native environment, so we used Active Record, and we constructed a schema stacker for the distributed system. Because of the legacy Rails, we also value conventions over configuration. So it allows you to develop a new project with zero config and complete the templates process without missing the configuration file. With the support of SOULS CLA, developers no longer need to edit configuration files directly. SOULS scaffold automatically generates crowd based on the information in the active record schema. And the type definition files and test files are generated at the same time, so that developers can start thinking about the business logic. That's where the Ruby's true potential will be demonstrated. In addition, we have automated the tedious routing process, including the connection and deployment of pub/sub, which is likely to increase human resources. Oftentimes, developers will find himself doing the same thing again and again. We want to rescue him from that. Secondly, we want to stabilize code base. Since Ruby 3.0 static type checking by RBS available, this combined with the ID support by Steve will allow us to find bugs while coding at the same time and prevent them from getting into the code base. It makes building large applications safer and keeps your team agility higher. Using Robocop as a linter formatter unifies the coding style of the team and brings order and transparency to the code base. This helps ensure consistency in development, reduces the burden of operations and maintenance. The tests provide immediate feedback so that changes can be detected immediately if they affect other parts of the system. Unit tests can be drawn up with RSpec and can verify code independently and prevent bugs from entering the system. And thirdly, infrastructure stability, using GitHub Actions to minimize problems caused by code integration by deploying small pieces of code before committing. If test fails, the error is not carried over to the production environment, so you can check the results and bug correction calmly. Docker allows you to create the same environment anywhere by sharing infrastructure files, so you can continue development on reproducible infrastructure without having to worry about the differences between your local development environment, and the production environment in the cloud. Applications are deployed in the Google Cloud, allowing you to scale globally based on traffic, ensure reliability, safety, and security, and provide real-time log management. So no need to do the cold starts and always ready to get the request, and also possible to deal with the fixed IP. So that's why we designed the Souls architecture. So this is the overview of the architecture. It is a scalable system, just like making the Rails development. That's the Souls. And once you have made, it is stable. So together with the business, it can grow. Seeing is believing. So I would like to make the live coding of the Souls tutorials. So let me actually make the live. All the necessary packages are already installed. So we will start by creating an application with a quick start Souls new. So we will make the Souls application. We will make this application with the name RubyWorld 2021 and create a sample blog, GraphQL, APA, and mail worker. Now the template is downloaded. Now let's follow the documentation. First, go to the API directory. Then start post GRSUQL using the source docker command. Next, create the database. Then we will migrate the database. Now use the source code S command to start the source application. Access localhost 4000. If you see API running, you are all set. You can use the source help command to check the list of source CLI commands. Some of the most frequently used commands are here. The source check command performs a type of check using RBST. The source test command executes robocall formatting and RSpec tests in order. The source test all command executes the source check command and the source test command in sequence. The source upgrade gemfile command updates the gemfile and gemfile.log versions to the latest versions. The colors changes for patches, minors, and majors. If you want to fix some specific gem version, you can edit the config fix gems array in config/source.rb to be removed from the auto update list. Now let's deploy the API. First, create a GitHub repository, make your first commit, and push it. And similarly, create a Google Cloud Platform project and run the source upgrade config command. You can interactively set the GCP project ID, region, and application endpoint. The settings will then be reflected in mothers and API, respectively. Execute the source gcloud IAM setup key command. First, a Google login screen will pop up. So sign in with a Google account associated with your GCP account. Sign in with a Google account associated with your GCP account. Create a GCP service account and grant the necessary permission to deploy, and you'll be registered in a GitHub secret. You can review the list of source gcloud commands in source gcloud help command. Create a cloud SQL with a source gcloud SQL create instance command. Set the passwords interactively. It may take a few minutes to actually create it. When the creation is finished, the SQL configuration will be output to .env.production and to the API.env. Use the source gh secret set command to register the environment setting defined in .env production to the GitHub secret. to cloud, access Cloud SQL, add your current Internet Global IP to the Cloud SQL whitelist. Go to the API directory and run the source DB command with the E option. Verify that the test passes with the source test command before deploying. Go to the mother directory and rename the GitHub folder to GitHub to reflect the workflow of GitHub Actions. If you push now, change the name to GitHub Actions. And if you push to the main branch, automatically the deploy will start. The source GH command, we would show the GitHub actions. If the workflow is successful, it has been successfully deployed to Google Cloud Run. Now, I will move to the topic of making the models. In source uses active record, we can manipulate the model in the same way we are familiar with in Rails. In this section, we will create the model we need for the blog. We will create a migration file, use a source DB create migration command. First, we will create the user table. In addition to the migration file, the model, RSpec, and RBS files will be generated automatically. We will copy the contents of documents and define the columns.
SolDB help command is used to confirm the list of the SolDB commands. And then execute the SolDB migrate command. Then the user table is produced. By adding help option to source command, you can confirm the details of the command. Likewise, article category article comment table is a produced feature necessary for the blog API that we are producing this time. Migration file, likewise the user table, the contents of the document is copied and produced. And execute the SolDB migrate command. Now table is done. Next, the definition of the model, likewise cited from the documents. When the user model is updated, the file is indicated red, which means there's a generation of the type error. Therefore, in the SIG folder, they update the user.rbs file, which is defined in the SIG folder, and then the type error disappears. Now I'd like to go to the scaffold command execution, the topic for the execution. So G scaffold command can be executed every table, but I will do it all of the scaffold for all of the tables using the scaffold or command. Cloud API, the file is automatically generated, and then go into the definition of the test data in factory bot. And then if you have the data very close to the actual data, the later it will be easier. And then cite the document content and renew the factory and the source framework for the test data. Faker, Factory Bot, and Gmail is adapted. Thank you for the developers, and particularly the user table used in Japan. Gmail is very convenient. Thank you. And execute the test and confirm there is no abnormality. In the first test, the Robocop is produce automatically the file, and this is formatted, and the sources application is started, and the GraphQL API will be viewed. The API its data is indicated in the front end, and this is a repository which is made public, and please use it freely. Registration and indication and the renewal and the logical deletion and the physical deletion are done with the GraphQL query. Response is returned responding to the relay. This is the registration, indication, and update and logical deletion, physical deletion in that order. And this is the data registered. Data is registered, and then registered data is indicated and displayed. GraphQL Playground is in the middle of that entry. Suggestion is indicated. Registered data is updated, and then the data registered is logically deleted. Is deleted, flag is true. And after the logical deletion, if you display it once again, there is the data remaining there. And this is physically deleted. After the physical deletion, the data is disappeared. Also from the display, GraphQL Playground generates the document automatically. Therefore, scheme and the query information can be seen on the right-hand side of tab article. UI, there's no data, but GraphQL Playground can produce the data and then reflected in UI. And then process data is changed from UI. Now modified and confirmed with the GraphQL API. The data is corresponding to that modification. And then the article is a producer from UI. Now, confirming from the playground, data is corresponding. So, source framework can construct the GraphQL API at high speed, and the next N1 query under question is evaded. And source framework Shopify GraphQL batch loader is adopted. I would like to thank the developers and team of the developer. Thank you very much. I would like to produce a test data first. CRB, the initial data is defined there, and citing the document content, and I will go forward. Now, SOTV seed command is executed. Now, test data is produced. User type is connected with the article edge, and then from the list of the users, the article connected to user can be obtained simultaneously. Let us do it from the document. And then GraphQL Playground, I would display this. Therefore, article related to the user is obtained from the user query, but going back to the console, the by user article query is issued. as you see. Therefore, for the user type, batch loader is implemented. Now, citing from the document, once again, there is a type error. For that, we need to update the RBS file. And then, once again, execute from the GraphQL background. The same result, but going back to the console, query is optimized. Now moving on to the additional topic of source worker. In the worker, job query is used. For the editing of the model, we need to go to the API directory. Now, let us go to the source create worker, command to create worker, and then worker is created in the apps directory, and in the sig directory worker is added. This is the worker named mailer, and going to the worker directory. Source sync model command is executed first, and then db model factory related files are copied from API, and then the source job command is executed to produce mailer. Therefore, we add the mail option, and the template file is produced for mailgun. RBS RSpec templates are generated automatically. Now, mailgun is using the key and added to the environmental variables, and now added the associate add command is executed. This is a dialog and the key value are set. After adding the key to the environmental variable and after the setting, GitHub's secret would reflect this automatically. Likewise, mailgun domain is set. The value is added dialog, and after the setting, automatically added, and the contents of the template will be updated in each address, and start the worker with a source command, and localhost 3000 is accessed, and worker learning is indicated. Now, playground query is sent and execute the job. When it is executed, job done is returned, mail is delivered. In the case of the execution locally, mailgun console, the development environment global IP should be added to the whitelist. Now mail trigger is implemented in the API, and if there should be some new comment in the blog article, the mail will be delivered. This is a notification by mail. The create comment would have a trigger, and after the comment is made, the trigger is embedded. In the case of a production, Google Cloud Pub service execute. In the case of development environment, from the API to worker, post is sent. Now article is connected with the comment edge. You see type error like in the previous case. You need to update RBS file. So S all option and API and worker are started, and the comment is generated from API. Then the job is executed from the worker, and then from API to worker, the transmitted, and the job is executed. New comment mailer.rb, so that it will be possible to receive more than one, and argument is added, resolve method, and as is taken, and And for the notification of the specific article ID is put in the message, and the trigger of API is updated. And then from the playground, the comment is produced once again. As you see, job done. Going back to console, you see that display on the console. Therefore, the ID of the article is sent by mail. Now, deploy is completed just pushing the main branch, like in the case of API. It takes about 5 minutes to deploy. After the completion of deploy, source sync command is executed. By that, source.rb endpoint is updated. After this update of the endpoint, source sync pubsub command is executed. This is automatization of the pubsub endpoint setting and the routine setting, and the job implemented on the worker is automatically Google Cloud pubsub and generated. I talked about the source framework and API worker and deployment. That's all for my presentation, but there are many more and the functions and the commands that I didn't introduce today in my presentation. If you are interested, please look at the document. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. He's going to participate in a question and answer session starting at 5:40. And if you have questions, please use a YouTube chat and hashtag RubyWorld of the Twitter. And depending on the contents of the number of the questions, we may not be able to take all of the questions.
And next, we'd like to invite Mr. Shu Ogawara from Linkers. Ogawara-san is the leader of development team of Linkers, which provides matching service for manufacturing companies. He's also interested in a team building. His presentation today is a services before and after doubling Rails version. I'd like to make a presentation, the service before and after doubling Rails version. The 2020 July, I tweeted like this using my Linkers account. In July to 2020, just 3 months ago, 18th May, we were using Rails 3, and finally it was updated to the latest version 6 project we started 3 years ago with refactoring is finally over. So Linkers updated from Rails 3 to 6. It took 8 years for Rails to upgrade from 3.2 to 6, and repository added 400,000 lines and deleted 200,000. So you may be wondering now why Linkers stayed on Rails 3.2 by 2020, and why refactoring project was started, and how refactoring was proceeded. So I'd like to talk about these topics today. So here's my agenda today. Before answering these 3 questions, the first I'd like to introduce Linkers, and then I'd like to talk about these 3 questions, and then finally upgrade. The first about myself. My name is Ogawara. On the web, I use the expert.jp. That's my account. I belong to Linkers, an engineering manager meetup staff. So I'd like to introduce Linkers. The Linkers is a name of the company and also the services. I talk about service today. In a nutshell, the service Linkers provide is the matching of the partner companies in manufacturing industry. So as you see here, if a manufacturing company looks for their partners, they're registered at Linkers. They may look for the partner for development or maybe for mass production. They look for the partners for various reasons. And then the companies registered at linkers may self-recommend, or the industry coordinator who are knowledgeable about the local companies may introduce some companies, or linker staff may find the candidates from the past cases on the web. And once the candidates are selected, the requesting company may have interview and going through the process and select their partner. So the point is the users of the system are mostly linker staff. And now we have seen an increasing number of the users, so we are increasing the types of the services too. So anyhow, that's about linkers. I'd like to go back to the 3 questions. The why linkers stay on a Rails 3.2 until 2020? To put it simply, because linker had the technological debt, then why did they have the technological debt? I have to explain a little bit about the company's history. 2012, the company called Disti was established. That's a predecessor of linkers. Initially, they built the system by outsourcing the service. So eExpo, which is the predecessor software, the program of the linkers, was also made in this way. But it was too slow for the product market fit, so decided to shift to the in-house development in 2014. So upon that occasion, the first engineer, Mr. S, CTO, was hired. But in those days, a huge amount of the program was written on SQL, written on a controller, and also the logics were written in Vue as well. And those logic in Vue was used to show the different the views for the different roles. And the role authentication was done in the in-house program, and no test written. Well, fortunately now we do not have this kind of code anymore. Why this kind of situation happened? Because as I told you, Mr. S was the first engineer. So before he joined, no engineer was there to check the code. And the information was available even then if you joined the community. But the information was not easy to acquire, like Googling on the web, like we are doing today. And that was the early day of the company, so they had to focus on the business development. They wanted to speed up product market fit, and that's how they decided to develop in-house. And also they're providing the business with eExpo, which means if they decide to do the refactoring, they had to slow down the service to the customer. So 2 choices for Mr. S, do large-scale system change or continue the development. He had to choose the latter. So at least they maintain the minimum security and continue the development. But it's not easy to develop the program using the code which were full of technological debts. But there was some positive aspect as well. The matching service itself became popular, so business grew. In the process, the linkers program became independent program. And also there was increasing headcounts on the business side. Because headcounts increased, it became difficult to send the development request. In those days, requests were given directly to Mr. S with chat. And then the checking the required function and the checking unnecessary functions became more and more difficult. In fact, there should be someone to do the traffic control, but there was nobody to do this. So although the business grew, the development situation getting harder and harder. So the situation was like this. So the lots of technological debt, so the codes were difficult to understand, and also the lots of functions seemingly unnecessary. But whether they were truly unnecessary or not, you could not tell. So as a combination, there was an issue. So every day there were reports of the troubles or bugs, And whether they were true bugs or not, the business side had to check. And even if they were confirmed as true bugs, fixing those bugs were difficult because there's a lots of technological debts. And while engineer was working on fixing bugs, there were a new request for the development to keep coming. So as a result, there was a serious issue. That was the Rails upgrade was not possible. Because there was no test, you cannot guarantee the behavior of the application, and also the specifications was not fixed. So the manual upgrade was not possible either. The check was not possible. So Rails upgrade was not possible, but there was not enough time for refactoring either. So the minimum security was maintained, but no guarantee for the future if the situation continued. So to sum up so far, and how the technological debts was accumulated, and there was no engineer in the early days, so there was no technical check possible. And the company had to focus on the business development, and the development of the product market fit had to continue. And also there was nobody to do the traffic work, traffic control for the development request. So how refactoring project started? So that was the second question. So there was the conversation like this. So the business leader said, we'd like to build a SaaS model of linkers and introduce it to banks and other companies. What do you think? Then development said, as I told you many times, for scaling up, we need to fix the problem inside first. And then the management said, yes, you told me that bad. As matching business is popular, let's fix the problem even if it takes time. So decision was made. So if you work for a manufacturing company, there were lots of code with technological debt. You may be interested, but my conclusion is there's no silver bullet. So refactoring is investment, so it requires a business decision. In this case, the management understood that was a time for the game change. And also Mr. S explained the situation again and again, how bad the situation was. So business leader understood that. And also Mr. S earned the trust with his work. So the third question, how refactoring was done? Refactoring goal is maintainable system. So for code, system should include test. For function, fixed specifications. And then in combination, delete the codes no longer used. But there's a restriction. You cannot stop the service ongoing. So by providing the option, refactoring had to be done. So 3 options. 1, test should be added to the existing code. Option 2, throw away the existing codes and write the new ones. And option 3, redesign the build function by function. But the option 1 was not possible because unless you fix the code, you cannot add the code. And also option 2 was not possible. While you throw away the codes, you just keep adding the codes. Again, fixing specification becomes even harder. So redesigning the function by function, this is actually the hardest because you have to cope with the coexistence of the new codes and old codes. And when you expand the functions, you have to deal with, again, the new old and the new programs. But this process is done function by function, so you can limit the number of stakeholders. And also, once you decide you write the test only to the new codes, you can gradually increase the test. And also, if you find some codes were not rewritten, it means that they are not necessary codes, so you can throw them away. So option 3 was adopted. And how did we do this? MVC Sengu, Shikinen Sengu or Sengu. Software community sometimes use this term. Sengu, like Shinto Shrine Sengu, rebuilding the shrine and transfer of the enshrined objects to the new. So because MVC, so the first, the model. So we allow the new models and old model coexist. So the RDB table and the Rails model will correspond one-to-one. So what we did for this project was to allow the old models and the new models connected to the same table. We performed refactoring, and once we confirmed that old model was no longer necessary, we just kept a new model to have one-to-one relationship. And because this is a model, so we had to avoid the fat model. As necessary, we have to separate the logic to a plain old Ruby object. And next is about controller and view. So we created a new function without a path, and then added a path. So this is rather a common approach, I think. For example, top page to the function A, page of function A. So keeping that path, so without link, we create the new page for function A. So once the new page is completed, it's released and tested with actual data. And after the confirmation, you shift the link and you delete the old page. So you repeat this process for functions, function by function. And also authentication, we introduce Banken and make sure that you don't write the logic for controller and view. So there was a policy established and refactoring project was started. But there was a serious issue. That was the security. So Rails version was old and refactoring had to be done. So security was a very serious issue. So what we did was use a Rails LTS. So security update was available for fees for end of support Rails provided by the German company. So Ruby upgrade was also possible. And also, 6 months after the start of the project, 2017, I joined the company and I saw the codes before refactoring. Yes, I saw them with my own eyes.
So 3 years after the beginning of the project, 2020 February, finally we completed the refactoring. And at the end of the refactoring, we will have to delete all the unnecessary codes. These are the merge request differences. That means these are the codes that will have to be deleted. In total, there were 75,000, and those two merge releases were done at the same time. So when I press the button to release, my fingers shake. And so this is how it's changed after that. So the number of actions have reduced to half from 1890 to 850. Also, the test coverage was almost zero, have been increased up to almost 95%. So now it's time to do the Rails upgrade. But in 2020, 3.224 upgrade, that means that there's a very difficult situation because normally the gem will be uploaded first and gradually upload the Rails, but the 4 lines is already end of the support. So if it's the gem only that is uploaded, then it will not operate. So we have to identify which are the ones that move under the gem 4. And so this is not practical if we do have to do that. So we did the version up together And then we decided to fix only the areas that does not operate. Then we have to go through the test and then make the revisions. And when the test was over, we had the business side involved to do the large side verification. We made the 3 months verification, and finally, May 2020, we could make the release. And just 2 months later, the latest version from 5.2 to 6.0 upgrades were done. And now the areas that were improved after the upgrade, the security patch could be applied easily, and we don't have to just watch the fragility. We could right away put the patch. And also the official manual became easy to use. You don't have to look for the version of 3 and so on. So it is now easier to refer to, and the performance is apparently getting better. So happy ending. And my presentation is up to here, but actually not true, because there are still many problems remaining. Since we had technical debts being piled up, and we have not solved the reason for that. Well, actually, my presentation is made up of 2 parts. We just talk about the before as part 1, and the upgrade has been successful. That's the end of part 1. Now I'm going to the part 2, which happened afterwards. Well, S have retired of CTO right before the upgrade, so I myself had to lead the linkers development. That means that I became responsible for the service that we provide. Then I thought about this. Well, the code is very clean right now, but I don't think that the development can be continued in the same clean situation. And first of all, I have to think why the technical debt has been piled up. Well, the technical debt, it was the metaphor first mentioned by Ward Cunningham, with a metaphor using the money, and this is my understanding. And so technical debts are something that obstruct the possibility of changing the software. Now the question will be, why do we need to change the software? When the software is changed, why? Because the software becomes difficult to use. Then why does the software become difficult to use? That's because the business models will be changing. And the business models, why do they need to change? It's because the business model becomes obsolete and gradually they're not operating anymore. And why does it become obsolete? That's because the business environment is changing. And when we think of the business change, many people might think of the pandemic, but the software change itself is also impacting the market. So the change of software will impact the market, the business environment will change, the business model will become obsolete, and the business environment will change, and the software will not be able to be used. So that's the circle that we're getting. So in one word, what we want to say is that software needs the constant change. Software business always changes. So that means unnecessary, not considered codes will be increasing. Well, codes that are easy to use are good design, but it is not possible to make every prediction of which code will need to be changed. And also, this is a human-made thing, so there are some codes that are not good. So I can say that technical debts are 2 types. One is the technical debts on the function side. I should call the function debt, and the code side. So I should call it the code debt. So there are these 2 types. And in the first part, I also handle these functional debts, but this is also a technical debt. So by always having the changes of software, and if the technical debts will be accumulated, that means you always have to be working to solve this issue. Based on that, again, I would like to look back on how we had the technical debts being accumulated. When the founding place, the engineer was not here. This has already been solved, and now we have many engineers within the company. And secondly, that we put priority in development. This has been maybe half has been solved. And the third, about the needs for the traffic control, this is totally not solved. We don't have anyone who would do the traffic control yet. Well, there are many items we need to develop. That means there are many technical debts being accumulated. And since there's nobody who will do the traffic control, that means that the functional debts will be accumulated, and also we would have to make excessive functional debts. So we have to continue and consider how we can avoid having the functional and code debts being piled up. So first of all, the functional debts. Once I become a team leader, it was same as when S was there. I already had inquiries on the chat directly. This was very difficult because I always have to be in front of the chat. Whenever I receive the chat, I will have to stop my own work, and since it's a human being, I could not ignore, so I could have to put them on high priority. So I was involved in the woodcutter's dilemma. The woodcutter with the rusted axe do not have the time to sharpen axe, but that takes more time for the work. So just like that, I had to spend more time on responding to the inquiries, and I could not make time to make the improvement. So I made this as a escalation, and I asked the product backlog to be made. The product backlog is defined in the Scrum guide. It's a list of things necessary for the product improvement. But who's going to make this list? So let me go back a little bit more before the upgrade. Another S have joined the company, and this person has worked on a function and also organizing the information that was in the applications. So this new person became the product owner. Product owner will study the product backlog and decide the priority. So whenever somebody will issue a ticket, we'll go through this person, and development will be conducted in the order. And so we can know what are the unnecessary functions. And so I was free from the woodcutter's dilemma, and now I had more time. So I could spend my time considering how I can reduce the code depth. But I would like to think about the anti-pattern. When we want to solve the code depth, there are two types. You fix it when you find it, or you fix it when you have some leisure time. So when you try to fix it when you find it, most of the times you forget about it later. Or when you say that you want to fix it when you have leisure time, but that leisure time will never come. So maybe you could raise a ticket when you find it, and later you put them together and do that at the same time. I think many people are doing this same way. So once you find some problem, you would just take notes and issue a ticket, and afterwards you would take actions. But if you're the only one who know what is written, then nobody will know what's there. And so once you raise a ticket, you will have to take care of that. So nobody will like to be the first one to raise the issue. So I have to think of the anti-pattern for the code depth. Write down when you notice and regularly take time and share the issues. And the first one to find does not necessarily become the one who has to fix it. So that's I came to think of the ground leveling system. That's during the development. If you find some technical debt, you will have the dedicated spreadsheet. So you just fill that. That's the only thing you do, but you don't issue a ticket. And also roughly decide once a week or once a day, and then regularly check it with all the members and share the information. And if you find that this is not a well thought idea, then you just can ignore that. and then decided what is a priority. And also the numbers that are written just in one day should be taken care. And also once every Friday of the month, we decide that the date of level grounding and take care of all the things. And the priority is decided by myself. And 1 week is also be included in the sprint. And only once a week, one idea. So this way, we made a system where we will work for the technical and for the functional and the code depth. So now let's look back here. So in the early times of the founding, the development was having priority. So this has been solved. And for the functional depths, the product owners will put together all the requests, and by dealing with that, now the problem is solved. And also, what I thought is most important when making this system was a communication with the business side. So the reason why we need it is because the business model is changing, and software is very better if it leads, if it's close to the business needs. And since this is a time of pandemic, I think the communication that is not synchronizing is common, but it is important to have the synchronizing communication, because this will be a good opportunity to make the blur ideas into clear words. And we can make the timing for that, and also have the common understanding between those people who make the system and who use the system. And so we made a Rails upgrade at Linkers, and now the depths are being solved. So happy ending. So putting together the first part, I talk about for some inevitable reasons, we had technical depths and we made a refactoring. And secondly, there are two types of technical depths, which are functional and code depth. And the important thing is to make a system where we can continue to solve these issues. And there are many miracle effects. So I think the repeatability for the total system is very low. However, these are the areas that we can consider that can be applied to other areas. And I hope that this will be encouraging ideas to people who are suffering of technical debt. Now, do you remember the SaaS linkers, which was the original idea that we are going to provide that for the financial institutions? Now, this is the LFB, and now it's growing very fast. It will link together, connect together financial institutions and group companies. Now we're looking for people who would join our team. So for those who are interested, please approach us. And with the acknowledgement, this concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
大河原様のご講演をご覧いただきました。
Thank you. That was the Ogawara-san's presentation. He's going to attend the question and answer session starting at 5:40. If you have any questions, please do so on the YouTube chat and hashtag RubyWorld on Twitter. Depending upon the contents and number of the questions, we may not be able to handle all of the questions. Now we would like to move on to the presentation by Io Jun from Chuo University. Please wait for a while.
しました。これより次の講演を
Thank you for waiting. We would like to move on to the next lecture. Mr. Iyo, graduate from the Tokyo University Graduate School in 1994, Department of the Mathematics, and then joined Mitsubishi General Research Institute in the year since 2009. He became the associate professor of Tokyo Agricultural and Engineering University International Center, became the researcher at the Mitsubishi Research Institute, and in 2013 became the professor of Chuo University, social information, and then 2014 became the full professor, and in 2019 became to work as a current profession in 2020 and the Chuo University AI Data Science Center. And he's specialized in user interface and open source software, IT, human resource development, data analysis, and he's going to talk about the visualization of the Twitter using the TW trend. Now I'd like to start my presentation. This is a Ruby Conference 2021. I'd like to talk about TW trends for the visualization of the Twitter topics. I am the professor of the ITL Chuo University International Information Department. And I worked before at Mitsubishi Research Institute. 9 years before I came to Chuo University. 3 years ago, I joined the ITL. That is a new department. Before, I was in the Department of Social Information, but I moved to this newly made department. I am specialized in the interaction between systems and computer and humans. And also, not just viewing from the side of the human beings, using the information system, how about we can analyze the human society from the viewpoint of the information technology. TW trend I'm going to present today is the use of the computer to analyze the behavior of the human beings in the discourse space of the Twitter, the space. And this is the method to visualize the Twitter discourses and using the Ruby on Rails. That's why I'm here to present this topic at Ruby conference. But Ruby on Rails is at the center, but the related tools done with graph use and other tools, and ad hoc I use various tools. I use the tools which is most usable for the purpose. I didn't do everything on the Ruby, and I'd like to explain that as well in my presentation. Now, TW trends. In Japanese language, it is a tsuitore, but this is a system to understand the world situation from Twitter. And started on January the 1st, 2019, HTTPS with iojun.com, and it is open here. But it was suspended from January to August 2021. And I'd like to demonstrate changing the screen. I'd like to share the screen with you. For instance, this is 2021 000, and every 20 minutes we take the data on 16th of December, and 12 and 13 hours have passed, and this is a list of the Twitter trends in Japan. And then you can click each one of them. And for instance, if you click this, you will get keywords related to that. And I will explain this later, but this is a co-occurrence network. And then the kinejiki, what is that? And the mistype, this is probably related to Pokemon. Something with Pokemon. And you can take a look at each one of them. And I'd like to show you one day before, that is from yesterday, the list of the trend that collected one day before, and after one day is over, you would see the topic map showing the interrelationship between various topics. So at a glance, it is possible to see the cluster. Let me enlarge it. I don't know what it was, but magnifying it, you can see the apex, the weapon analysis. This is a topic related to that. And here, Tsuda Masaki and Komatsu Nana, they got married, and this is a big couple. So at a glance, you can see this cluster or the collection of the topics related to one keyword. Going back to the text. So this is most easiest way to understand with this example. For instance, this is the 1 week from the April 28th to May 14th, May 4th. This is a very extreme example. This is only one time the phenomenon what happened from April 20th to May 4th. That is in 2019 what happened in that week. April the 3rd, there is a huge cluster. This is the last day of a Heisei period, and the Twitter trend is related with something, the last day of a Heisei period. And then the first day of the Reiwa is May the 1st. So the topic related to this is the first thing in the first day of a Reiwa period. So for the Japanese persons, the transition from Heisei to Reiwa is a major, big event. And you can see it visually and at a glance. I hope you like it and find it interesting, and this is how we create this system and operate it. As I mentioned before, this is application on Ruby on Rails, but the original data is from the API of the Twitter, and the trend data and the trend related. The Twitter data are captured from the Twitter, and they get the data from the tweets in the Twitter and put into the Ruby on Rails. And this is written with the Python actually. Let's say ABCs, this data can be given by this Ruby script, and the Python script is used to make it first, and then DB colon seed is used for updating it. That every 20 minutes upload it by group. Now this is a configuration of the table of the database, very simple, and this is a list of the trends, and the graph that you have seen before, that is expanding a graph, is linked there, nodes and the link. This is the n to n. This is the many-to-many relationship. Therefore, we have the intermediate table to connect between these two, many-to-many. Therefore, a bit complicated, although it is a simple basically, but the relationship is a bit complex. This is a concurrent network showing the co-occurrence, and as has been seen in the demonstration, you can use a mouse and you can move it around, and very interesting. And the topic mark is a static image, therefore you cannot move it, and it's not clickable. Therefore, you cannot click one word and go into the topic. It is not possible to do so. This is just a static. Now, in this system, these technologies are used. First of all, the data taken from the trigger is analyzed with the morphemes. This is indispensable for analysis of the text written in Japanese. And then the words will be analyzed, how these words are contained in Twitter. And therefore, then we will analyze using the co-occurrence network. This is not too difficult, just a mathematical treatment. When you make a topic map, it will make a cluster or not is determined with a cosine similarity, the degree of similarity. This is a linear algebra. 3,000, 4,000 dimensions are used for the calculation. Rather difficult to have the clear-cut image for this mathematical calculation of the linear algebra, but this is a level of the mathematics tool, and that high school students learn. So it is not that too complex. First, we take the trend of the Twitter using the trend API and obtain the trend in Tokyo, but now we have the change from Tokyo to nationwide Japan. So we take the Japanese trend, and these are used as a key and obtain related tweets. And the collected tweets will be used for the formulation of the concurrent network, and then made for each individual trend. After collecting trend, these will be used as keywords, and the keyword search API is used, and the maximum is 100 at a time. So these tweets will be obtained, and then it will be fragmented using the morpheme the analysis, and extract and count all of the proper nouns, and you see you get the frequency of the appearance, and then you get the stochastically probability of the concurrence will be analyzed. Now, concurrent network. How do you visualize a trend using this network? Starting from the morpheme. The English sentences are quite simple. Quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog, and all of these words are divided by spaces. It's not too difficult. On the other hand, the Japanese language is not separated in this way. So if you say niwatori ga imasu, you have to first separate into different components of the sentences. There are many different methods of morpheme analysis. I use a makeup for this. And Ginza is very precise, more recent, and I could have used it, but it was developed in 2018. At that time, Ginza was not available, but at that time I used makeup, and I experienced in that. That's why I use a makeup. It is very important. If you use a good dictionary, the precision and accuracy is better. And as a dictionary of the analysis of morphemes, Nealog-D is a new one. And by using that, even with a makeup, precision is quite high. Now, this is example of extracting proper nouns. Yamamoto Taro cry at the center of Roppongi, and going around and around, and these are the proper names extracted. And count the frequency. There are many different ways of counting the frequency of the appearance of the words, and you see many mathematical formulations, but simply put, what is the number of the particular proper nouns against a total? And the maximum is used and multiplied by 100, and this is a normalization, and the process is done after multiplied by 100. And for instance, the Nagano apple is better than Aomori's, and the Shinshu people believe that. And the red ones are the proper nouns, and they're selected as the proper nouns. And then Nagano Aomori juice, and the Edomae Tokyo Shinkansen, and these the words are picked out. And the total is 19, and the Nagano appeared 3 times. 1, 2, 3. If you counted the Aomori, appear 1, 2, and 2 times. The frequency is 2. So 3 by 19, 2 by 19, and calculate the frequency, and that is the frequency.
So this time we focus on proper noun. So we don't have to worry about IDF, so we focus on term frequency only. But in general, when we deal with natural language, it's often TF, IDF we use. As written here, the Japanese particle no, wa, ga, they appear very, very frequently, but they happen everywhere in every sentence, so the value is low. We calculate inverse document frequency to determine the value of each word. But because we focus on the proper noun this time, we do not consider IDF. So IDF take logarithmic function, so I will skip this discussion as well. So based upon such data, we consider co-occurrence relationship. So again, here's sample sentence. This is a sentence, simple sentence, Japanese is difficult, blah, blah, blah. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. English sample sentence includes such and such. So when we have these samples, Reibun sample sentence, and Nihongo, Japanese, and Eigo, English are our focus. So Reibun and the sample sentence and Japanese, they appear in the same chunk at the same time. And Japanese and English, they're separated between the 2 different chunks. They don't appear at the same time. So Reibun, the sample Japanese, sample sentence and the Japanese, they happen in the same place. So they have co-occurrence relationship. By contrast, Japanese and English don't happen at the same time here. So they do not have the co-occurrence relationship here. And we can calculate the co-occurrence probability. And then, based upon the appearance, we show by the size of node and also the strength of the co-occurrence probability. We show by the width of edge. To make it simpler, we only display the top 25%, and then trend tartar sauce, chicken fry, shrimp fry, and tatsutage appear. So I think it's natural. They appear in the same context, same sentence. So this is how we display the relationship. Tartar sauce keyword, you acquired tweets, and then in such tweets you tend to see fried chicken, fried shrimp, zangi, tatsutage. So they're often mentioned in the same tweet. So that was visualized. So that's a co-occurrence network. By having this network graph, we can see the contents of the trend at a glance. Because this is Ruby World Conference, I'd like to add a little bit about technical aspect. Unfortunately, the real-world computation of the co-occurrence network would require too much resource. So instead, every 20 minutes, the information is acquired, and then node and edge information are calculated, and the results are sent to the database of the Rails application database. And when accessing, it just read them out. And the drawing was done using D3.js, the JavaScript library. And then the drawing itself is done by Ajax. So it requires a Java application. Ajax application needs the exit. So, and then accessing the server to acquire the data. And this drawing was done with the algorithm called the Spring Embedder, which is quite interesting. But this is not a topic for today, so I'll skip that. So as I quickly mentioned, up to the acquisition of the data and the creation of co-occurrence network, and as a Rails application data, they are stored. So the first part was written with Python script, db/zrb output. So that's where we have data. And then with bin/railsdb:/seed, update is done every 20 minutes. So why did I do this, such a cumbersome thing? To be honest with you, when I started working on this project, I was not very knowledgeable about Rails. So I just tried to do whatever I could do. So sorry about this cumbersome result. So the latter part of my presentation is about the topic map using cosine similarity. Well, this is to measure, analyze the relationship or the similarity of the topic. Here, the potato chip soba and Fuji soba kyoki no shin menu. So if you look at the co-occurrence network, you have the big nodes, Netlab Fuji soba Potechi, and smaller node Yahoo News and Hankyu soba. So from topology point of view, they are very similar. So if you put them into the word space, they also show very numerical vectors as well. So in the word space, you have, well, horizontal axis has Netlab, Potechi, and Fujisoba, all keywords. So 3,000 or 4,000 or so. Vertically, we list the trends: potato chip soba, Fuji soba, kyoki no shin menu. So these are the topics of the day, maybe 200 to 300. So up to 3,000, 4,000 dimension, there are 200 or 300 dots. So the distance or how close they are is analyzed. So such similarity, how do we calculate? The maybe simplest way is to calculate Euclidean distance. So we see the distance between all elements, in the 3,000 and 4,000, and then we calculate the sum of square. And as for the cosine square, the cosine similarity is to look at the angle of each vector. So this time, the similarity between the two topics was calculated as cosine similarity. Why do we use this cosine similarity? The value is from -1 to +1, but because of the nature of the data, it cannot take any negative value. So that means from 0 to 1. And we set the threshold value of 0.5. Initially, we started with 0.7, but now it's 0.5. And then we analyze. And the color of the cluster doesn't mean anything, just for the visual effect. So this is how the trends are shown. Connecting line shows the level of similarity or relationship. And to create a topic map, the Twitter trend provides API, so the computation is possible to be done outside. So I combine a Python and a Ruby script this time as well to create a dot script. So once the dot script is done, and then using graph viz, we create a graph and upload to the server. So get data.py, because that's Python script, and specify the date, and then the data can be acquired from the date server in a JSON format, JSON type, and then we calculate the similarity using this. We calculate the similarity, and then based upon this data, we create a dot script. That's a Ruby program. And then, as you see, the batch script is copied with SCP, because at that time this part was done with a different computer, but now they're all on the same server. Lastly, I'd like to introduce some the background and why we use Ruby to create a TW trend. In 2018, at the postgrad seminar, somebody said, why don't we create an interesting web application using Rails? And then we discussed and create the prototype. So we made a presentation at the Pacific Viz conference. And the team members at that time were myself, Poppe-san, Aoki-san, Nakamura-san, Kim-san, and Lee-san. Poppe-san was from Belgium, and Kim-san and Lee-san were from South Korea. It was a very international team, was very fun members to work with. And some other research project derived from this project I discussed. Well, this is about the analysis of topic cluster. You see the very neat exponential distribution, almost linear. On the higher side, you see a little bit of noise, but from 2 to 10, a very neat, almost linear curve. So why do we have this? Interesting. So I hope somebody can make some mathematical model to analyze this, because I haven't had a chance to do this myself so far. And another thing, another project ongoing is we look at the Twitter trends and realize some portion are related to TV topic. So we analyze whether the tweets were related to TV or not, and we tabulated the results every day. And then it seems that about 20% every day are related to the TV, and the ratio goes up a little bit to the weekend. Another interesting project is special day project. We found that every day is special day for something. So pick up the special day, and if we acquire the essay for that special something for every day, perhaps we can have the whole book for a year. And I hope some publisher would be interested in this idea. So if somebody from publishing company is viewing this presentation, please get in touch with me. So I think it's almost 30 minutes. So I introduced the technology we use for the TW trends. As system, it's rather simple, but visualizing the data using D3.js and Spring Embedder for co-occurrence network was rather interesting, I think. Also related to this project, there are other projects as part of the educational programs and using Rails, not just Rails, and Ruby, not just Rails. So I hope I could share some interesting example with you today. And also, there are many projects derived from the project I presented today. They are ongoing, so I appreciate your support. That's all. Thank you very much, Io-san. He will join the questions and answers starting at 5:40 p.m. If you have any questions, please use YouTube chat and Twitter and hashtag RubyWorld. So we may not be address your questions depending on the time availability.
Following, we will have the lecture by Mr. Matsuda Akira. From 2011, he has been Ruby committer. From 2013, he has been active as Ruby on Rails committers and Kaminari active decorators and action arcs. He has made a lot of OSS products. And also from 2008, he has been on the Asakusa RV hosting this, and also the Ruby's international conference, Ruby Kaigi's chief organizer, and from 2015, the last Ruby Hero Award. He has been contributing a lot for that. And today, the title is Me and My Ruby Friends. So I can talk now. Thank you for the introduction. I'm Matsuda. Should I look here? And so first, this is the announcement from Ruby Kaigi team. Takeout 2021 was held, and I'm sure you have all participated. And in the closing, I think I touched upon a little bit about next year's topic. Sometimes next year, I think I say that we will do the Ruby conference, but this has been decided. It's September 8th and 10th. This is the date, the birthday of my daughter. Always there are some events in her birthday, and somewhere in Japan, that's what I said, but we have decided where to hold the conference. It has to be a place where the shrimp or the beef is very delicious, which we originally planned in 2021 but has been postponed. I'm sure you know that place. The Ruby is 3.1 or 3.3, but record in a version of 3.3. We are going to do that here. And I wanted to say that please refer to this for the details, but maybe not yet ready here. And the Ruby Kaigi, well, we will continue from next year and so on. And every day, every year, the regulation is that we're going to hold it in different city. And so we should consider always happy to welcome your volunteering for the location. The Ruby World should always be in Matsue, but Ruby Kaigi can be held any place, anywhere in Japan. Well, these are the conditions for the Ruby Kaigi. It has to be a place where the food is good, the drink is good, no need to have rivers. And also another recruitment is we are also conducting the Ruby Kaigi team for a very small number of people, and so we are wanting to have people joining us. These are the members here. The always a familiar face. And you might say, what's wrong with that? But to have the same people again, I'm not saying bad about the World Conference team, but always I want to continue in a way that we would have different generation with a new face and newcomers. For those who like the Ruby Kaigi, I'll be happy to have. The condition is not that you have to be capable of writing the codes, but those who has a commit doesn't necessarily have to be, or rather, I prefer somebody who is different from that to join us for the Ruby Kaigi members and the Ruby conference. And today, thank you for you inviting me to this meeting. Not like the Ruby Kaigi, who is not too serious, but I think this is always happy to have the poem on the top page made by Mats, and I'm always feel it very much impressing. That's cool. And in this poem, it says that the Ruby committee, how are we going to head towards the future, and the presentation that will prove that. So it's very encouraging. So I thought that I will also have to. This is the key phrase, the Ruby community. And the Ruby community, you might think what it is. I think it is, might have an idea that the Rubies are getting together and doing something together. So the next keyword will be, what is a Rubyist? This is very classic, as Matsumoto-san named this in the 20th century. I'm sure you have heard this a lot of times. I don't know how many times I talked about this in the lectures everywhere. So the Rubies are the people who has a feeling much more than just a customer. I think this is quite famous among you. But this does not end here. For example, they are giving specific example. Who are the Rubies? Which sounds very much 20th century. Rubies, who is Ruby, or who is saying I like it in the tweet. So these are the kinds of people that we want to call Rubies. So these are the things that the Rubies are doing, and the community activities will be conducted if these people are doing the work as a group. And there are still something adding to that. The person who has a high level technically for Ruby should be called a Ruby hacker. For example, the person who will write the patch. I can only think of one person who will write a patch, and also who will make a script that nobody will understand, which I also can think of somebody who might be saying that. So, and also people who can be also applying for the Trick 2022, that should also be called in this definition. So for these people who are taking activity as a Ruby hacker, and these are the ones who are forwarding the Ruby in the world. And these Ruby hackers' proof of the existence might cause some reaction and make some kind of thing like an ecosystem. So from today, let's say we should write the patches and let's become the Ruby hacker, all of you. So that might sound very good. In many cases, I talk that way, but you might say, I'm tired of hearing that. So I'm talking from a different point of view, not just writing codes, but well, let's think about the community. I want to focus on community, which is quite emotional. And so that leads to my title, Me and My Ruby Friends. The Ruby Friends is the keyword for today. There are Ruby Friends is the word that we hear. Like you don't say Java friends or PHP friends. I don't know, but I think never heard of that. So, but in Ruby, we have this word that we say Ruby friends. So you might question, what about friends? If you're doing the programming, looking at the personal computers every day, this is something Yoshiori-san, maybe that was 2 weeks ago, he mentioned in the tweet. He says that he thought friend as a person, but that friend was referring to him as an acquaintance. And so that's really what I'm trying to say. There was a person that I thought was a friend was maybe taking the action like say I'm not your friend, and I had that experience quite a lot of time these days. So why did I think that they are my friends? If I think of that, because we speak the same language. In my case, very simply, we are doing the same Ruby, and by doing that, I tend to think that you're already my friend. But it seems that that's not true for everybody, and it seems that there are differences here. And so maybe I'm the only person who's thinking that way, but not the same for everyone. Then, what's the difference between the acquaintance and a friend? As a Rubyist, if you are sharing the same experience as a Rubyist in a community activity, maybe the distance will become closer, and probably that will lead to jumping some kind of border and to become friends. Well, I was thinking about what is a friendship, but there is no clear definition or no clear line to divide that. I was thinking about that, so I was given this opportunity, so I will look back on my community activity as a Rubyist and try to consider to think of the friends, and also try to look back why and when we became friends. So roughly, maybe I can say that there are about 100 of those who I can call their Ruby friends. So going back, maybe about 20 years ago, in the early 2000s, when I first discovered Ruby, I bought a book about Ruby, and I was studying alone, so I did not have any Ruby friends those days. I was very alone as a programmer, and the Ruby's hot links answered in interviews. There is a magazine interview. I read this article and I thought they looked very cool. And there was some cases that I was responding to that in those interview, like saying that I have a rule when I go to eat out, not to go to the same place more than twice, or not to go to the chain stores. And so there are more than 2,000, and I'm taking the record at the apps in the Ruby, and I'm always asked about the current status about that. And those days, the rails came out, and so Tokyo Rails study meeting. Maybe it doesn't exist anymore, but those days this was having Takeuchi-san or Mon-san there. It was big members there. So the IT study meeting was in fashion those days, and I thought everybody likes to study. I don't like to study. Well, I rather like to enjoy the party that was after the study meeting, and that was the main part rather than the study meeting, and that was also important for me. So I was very much being influenced by this Rails study meeting, and so it's more than 15 years for those people who I met there. I have a friendship still going on, and also I'm making these activities on Ruby on Rails than from those experiences. And just a little bit while later, in 2008, based on the Rails study group Tokyo. And next group was made. I made Asakusa RB. So the dates are also clear because you might find it in the history textbook. The third day of the Ruby Kaigi staff lives in Hokkaido and was coming to this Tokyo and was staying at the net cafe because did not have reserved hotels. And let's have lunch together with Darashi-san, then Koichi-san, and Kakutani-san, and myself. There were only 3 people gathering. So, but these are people who are in a high position from me. And so I was very lucky to have the lunch together in the same table with these people. And Kakutani-san made the proposal of having regional Ruby Kaigi, not only central areas, but I think there should be the lobbyists in each local areas, and I think we should promote the activities there. So that was a proposal given by Kakutani-san. And I said, well, I want to do something too. Then he said, why don't we make that kind of thing, that Asakusa area? So that's why we made the Asakusa RB. But both of us were very, they were very busy. So I had to act as a leader. There were no RBs those days. And also, there was Takai-san who made the Akasaka RB. So ours once was the second .rb.
3 weeks later, we had a meeting, and the regional Oro-based community was the name at the time. Back then, these are things I did. For instance, I wanted to have somebody to participation particularly, and that was a purpose, and ask those persons to come over. And I think that was a good thing to have done. For instance, Twitters and Compass, and communicate with them. And, many people create a community and just waiting. But we have to prepare something. We have to prepare some stage for other people to come. We need to produce. And it was the meeting, the party for 2 to 3 hours, and the patch was sent to Rails, and immediately it was taken. That was the result of the first meeting. The patch was taken. In addition, at the first meeting, it was a local meetup, and they participated from nearby and around Asakusa. Therefore, we opened the Google Map and asked each other, where do you live? Where do you live? And we discussed various things. And locally, and we put the pin on the Google Map indicating where they are from. Now, yesterday I counted 480, 490 people are the members, and where if there's a pin on the Google Map, the person is a member. Now, we are continuously working, but we are not working very hard. We are not working very hard. That's why we are continuing on Ruby Tuesday. There's no presentations. I don't do anything, and the people around me are working, supporting me. So Ruby Tuesday is like a Seattle RB. This is the same as the convention, and in any event, very impressive. So Asakusa RB is continuing because there are core members who are supporting this. These are the core members of the our group, Asakusa RB. There is no presentations. We get together and we chat. That's all. Anything else? Nothing else than that. But these are the people who are interesting. Getting together of these interesting people became interesting and is interesting. And the 500 members can be considered as a friend. I believe that they are my friend. There is no conflict of interest, no shared interest. We just get together. And with this style, we are continuing, and there are some peculiar problem, like in the case of the Ruby Kaigi, rather difficult new people to come in. The atmosphere is a high context, and the new people feel some resistance to come in. We have a friendship, but it's a kind of internal the group that external people cannot get in. But we want to get together, the same member, but we don't want to be exclusive. We need to have the balance between these good members, and also we'd like to welcome new energetic members. So please participate. Asakusa RB started in 2008 when various things changed. The GitHub service started 2008, and the social coding also started in this year. And the social coding, for me, it is very interesting, and I dived into that. And the real 18, the project, and the new the project was started. And now, meanwhile, the Ruby comes to the use Rails. As I'm a Japanese, people think that I was good at Ruby on Rails because I was Japanese, and I was invited to Rails Core Chat, and I was treated preferentially, and I was so glad that I was treated that way, and I was happy that I was a Japanese. Now, the first RubyWorld conference was an excellent event. There's an archive. Probably you can view it in the archive. I'm sorry that I forgot to bring the video, but Ruby conference in 2009, maybe around 2009 if I'm not mistaken, and I participated for the first time. And then Rails conference, I started to participate 2 years later in 2011, particularly Rails Conf. Matsumoto-san may not know this, but there's a Rails committee. Just one day before that, there is the committee's meeting, committee's dinner meeting. And for me, this is a quite delicious event. It's an annual meeting, the very precious opportunity to meet all of them once a year. I am always looking forward to it. And Ruby conference and the conference, if you spend your own money from your pocket, it is very, very expensive. I don't take hotel. I just go there, even without purchasing the ticket. So I survive. I try to survive. I went to San Francisco and Sarah May. I consulted with a member, and I was told to use this kind of application to find a good place to sleep in order to spend as less money as possible. And there are so many people, so the United States, there are many beds available. For instance, I stayed with them. These are the people that helped me a lot in the United States, particularly the Zach. You like him, no? And in my house, there was the Zach's room for 7 months. So while he lived in my house, he found a girlfriend, he got married, and he left me. Without this room, Zach's room in my house, his life would have been different now. But I learned after attending the U.S. conference, and then there are many people that I don't know, but I know. At the same time, I'm a nerd, so I read many people's patches, so I know the face and the names and the characters beforehand, so I can interact with them with the prior knowledge. And around the community of the Rails, there are people who have read my patches, so they know me. And activities are known, and I am recognized as the person who wrote that particular patch. And if you write a lot of patch, you would get recognized. And I wrote one representative, the product, and I'm recognized more with product name. So going back to the first comment, it's better to write patches, and you have to write patches. As a result, if you write the patch, you can write it, and after that you get more friends, and definitely you have more friends. Now I have a monthly the association meeting of the Rails patches. ESM provide this event. If you are extremely interested in Rails, this is a good opportunity to talk about patches once a month. These are the members, the regulars, and these are the Rails committers. If you have any questions, you can come to this meeting. Yahonda-san, you may know him, but actually you may not know him. He's a superior of the university, and he started Ruby because I was doing Ruby, and he called me Machida-kun for the past 20 years, so he's a special. And they are very polite, so usually they do not call me Matsuda-kun, but Sasada-kun and Sasada-san, Urabe-kun, Queen. Therefore, there is kind of a hierarchy among people, and there is the senior-junior relationship. If I call Matsumoto-san Matsukun, I would become a superior, and Yasuoka-san is a superior to me. As a result, Yasuoka-san will be at the top of a hierarchy. And so for him, I would like to continue to work. Actually, this is a joke. And going back to the serious discussion, as I mentioned earlier, the community and the conference, before coming to attend, please study before coming to the community, those who write codes. There are so many people, and there are so many opportunities to get to know them. And all of them are available free of charge, and you can study it free of charge. It's much enjoyable. And also with respect to the Ruby conference, actually you come to Ruby conference spending a lot of money, therefore it's better to spend one more night. In my personal experiences, the one day after and the 2 days after the end of the conference, something nice would happen. How many minutes do I have? So, anyway, I will continue. I went to New Orleans in 2010, and after the conference is over, I was wandering around in New Orleans, and we started from the bar and the hotel, and we got together, and I got to know a very interesting group of people. And instead of Ruby on Rails, we started Ruby on Ales, and that is Ruby on beer. They are so crazy. So it's a kind of event very enjoyable. And I'm one of the founding members of Ruby on Ales, and I was invited as a speaker twice. At the time, on the Oregon, the Jonan, that is the beginner of Ruby at the time, and I saw him and his wife. And people were drunk, and the live coding was very exciting, and people are drunk, and there's no recording left. People were just drinking beer, and now this is a codebug monolith. It became popular, and amongst the developers overseas, they got to know the cookpad, and the presence became elevated. In 2011, probably after the end of the Ruby conference, Kakutani-san left the passport in the hotel room, and then I became a Ruby committer accidentally. And I talked with Jim Rails at the time. 1 year later, 2012, the phrase of the Ruby Friends was born. And in the Ruby conference, there are the big and giant, the foreigners. They would take me around and go to visit some place and play with them. There are many events like this, and you can enjoy time. So after the conference, you can set the schedule open to enjoy yourself. And probably you don't have to pay any more to attend a conference sooner or later. Aside from the Ruby conference and the Rails conference, I do not spend my own money. And still, I attend many different conferences. There are many different types. Roughly speaking, I'd like to introduce Modern Web Taiwan. This is the IT minister, and also the gods, or the guru of languages, and such a great people, and also the conference in India, the conference in Brazil, the one in Russia. I went there with Matsumoto-san, and the conference in Indonesia. I go various places, and I have different experiences. So the conference is so interesting, and I wanted to produce one myself, Ruby Kaigi. It started in 2013, and we tried, and then it was over, but we repeated once again in 2015. And it became too difficult, and we stopped once again, and I took over. I asked to take over, and I decided to do this, and implemented 8 months and 9 months later. It's broken. This is about sushi. In 2015, I took over this conference and then I changed the atmosphere or the taste. The biggest thing is this. It used to be a community event, but I changed to the event for Ruby hackers, and that is a unique the event in the world. At the end, for instance, I'm not saying that you have you use somebody other's equipment, but probably these people can do this at other place. This is a policy to have the stronger character of the event. And 2016, we got away from Tokyo and started a national tour. And finally, we had the one in Fukuoka 2019. I wanted to do it in the real world, but we do not know what will happen next year. But we secured a place to do Ruby Kaigi. When you organize a Ruby Kaigi, there are not so many good things, but probably you can go to the place before the Rubyist and you can enjoy the place and you can eat at a local restaurant. Of course, you have to pay, but you can enjoy the same experience 1 year before the Rubyist. And there's another conference, Oedo Ruby Conference, and many people have participated in the. And it was held in Nagoya. We had another one last month. JKS and came to attend this. There is no recording. This is a one-time event. So it's a kind of a pity, but for that it is very interesting.
So roughly looking back on what we did before, I think I was always lucky up to here. I feel that I'm very happy to have good friends and good opportunities. So I think I'm enjoying a very good occasion. And I feel that the thoughts that I was given from other people, I want to return this to other people as well. That's why not using Ruby as a user, but I want to return to in a significant way. For example, writing a patch or to provide community areas or to host the community meetings. But everything I do always comes back to me as a advantage, and so these merits are increasing. So just like you have money, so you buy the real estate and then you get the rent income. Just like that, the more OSS activities you have, more friends, and the community activity itself, I can enjoy fun. And also talking like this, then I'm invited to Shimane Prefecture where I can enjoy eating the crops. And I cannot think of what else I can do. But anyway, I'm having fun, so maybe that's enough for me. I'm sorry, I'm exceeding my time. So Matsumoto-san was saying what we can do for the future. And in 2010 or something, he said that I would continue using Ruby for another 50 years. And myself also, I would like to declare that for my life long, I would like to do something for Ruby. So I doesn't mean that I'm not going to do anything besides Ruby. Of course, I'm also doing other things, and that means that I will do other things, but I will never forget about Ruby. Therefore, I now maybe have 100 friends thanks to Ruby, going back to the original question, I found that there are 500 pins of Asakusa Ruby. And for those who are in the Ruby Kaigi, they're already my friends. So I counted there are 5,725 of them. And the product that I made on the GitHub, for those who put the stars on the products that I have made, probably he had the sympathy with the code that I have made full of my thoughts. So I think that person is already a friend. Then if I roughly count, I think Ruby can make this count with just one click. And I counted the numbers of stars, and there were 17,000. So if I add all of them, I think I have 23,000 Ruby friends. That is more than 100. So that's very happy for me. So Queen Crimson is now in Japan. And he said, music is our friend. That's the name of their tour. And so that was the final play, the show last week, Wednesday. And I think this, to close the activity with this word, is very serious. I could only go on the last day and the first day. When Robert Fripp says music, for us, that's a Ruby. So I try to think, is Ruby our friend? Because we're having fun with the Ruby, and also friends are introduced, they are friends. So the Ruby friends definition is everybody can become friends of Ruby, then Ruby will make you a friend. So probably that's what the Ruby friends are. And so now I understand, agree what Matsumoto-san was trying to say. And so to have like Dave or Mats want to talk about love when they say about the feeling that is more than the customers. And that makes me feel shy. So I think friendship will be better. And that's why the Ruby Friends circle will be expanded. And that's how I came to interpret this. So putting together as a closing, now I have 1,000 Ruby friends with Ruby. And it's fun playing with Ruby. So Ruby is our friend. That's the conclusion for me today. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Matsuda-san. And we would have the question and answer session started at 6 o'clock. And Matsuda-san will also be present there. So for those who have questions, you can use a YouTube chat or the Twitters and hashtags. And depending on the time, we will not be able to cover all the questions. So after this, we're going to have a question and answer session. But we would like to have a break until 6 o'clock. The question and answers session will begin at 6 o'clock. Thank you for waiting.
Thank you very much for waiting. Now we'd like to move to the questions and answer sessions. And for this session, Masafira Okuma and Sugiyama-san, and from Cyber Trust, Okuda-san, and from ELSO, Kawasaki-san, from Lincoln, Ogawara-san, from Chuo University, Io-san, and from Shimane Open Source Lab, asakusa.rb, Matsuda-san are joining. And from Executive Committee, Matsumoto-san and Inoue-san and Maeda-san are joining. So they can answer the questions given. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。さあ、一般視聴者からということなんですけど、
So from the participants, from Okura-san, there's a question from Okura-san
松本さんと松田さんへ
to Matsumoto-san and Matsuda-san. The question.
OSS の開発者を巻き込んでいくにはどう
So how can you involve the developer of OS?
はい、
Sorry.
OSS の開発者を巻き込んでいく
OS developers. I think there are several ways.
の場合だと、その
In my case,
隙があるっていうことが大きいんじゃないかなと思って、
you see the chance because I think
最優秀ではないと思って、
I don't think I am the best programmer. So I often create bugs. I realized a mailing list was created after the first release of Ruby, and then a friend of mine sent me the email, the first email, saying congratulations. And then the second email was I tried to make the compilation, and then there was a bug. So that was the second email I received. And then third email I received was, well, congratulations, I could fix the bug. Just like there's a lots of communication related to the bugs. And then soon I received an email. This is how you can fix bugs.
そういうそのもしそれが完璧な商品みたいな
So I think if
されていて、
the program is the perfect from the beginning,
こういう不満があるみたいな、そういうその
and then you may not have this kind of communication. But because you have some incompleteness, there are some communication with the customers. So as I mentioned, because you are not perfect, because we are not perfect, there are some way we communicate. And how about you, Matsuda-san? Well, I think I was so impressed. There's nothing I can add. So Ruby on Rails, perhaps I can talk about, because I think the DHH and Matsuda-san are really different type. So, well, there's a lot of the bugs or incompleteness in the codes, but as a personality, DHS is more like aloof or it's different type. So I think it depends on the personality. I think the leader's personality. The leaders is also Stallman too. So these characters may display the strong leadership,
ありがとうございます。
and then people follow.
いかがでしょうか。
Thank you, Okura-san. Is it okay?
いい笑顔です。
Your face, a smiling face, tells a lot. So we move to the next question. Anonymous email.
生き方を忘れて
To Matsumoto-san and Matsuda-san, do you forget the context or the grammar or the idiom of Ruby sometime and Google it? I think Matsumoto-san said no. So, well, enumerable, some basic. I tend to refer like a delete, if, reject, because I think that it's not really consistent. I cannot tell unless I execute. So if I remember everything, the answer is no.
まあまあ結局自分の好みで作ってるんで、こう
So I create as I like. So it tend to work. I tried at each cons, if I would say, like which timing was it? So sometimes I wonder.
一時期ですね、その Ruby の
And also in the past, there was a time that
リッチであることを目指すみたい
I try to enrich the class 1.8 to 1.9 perhaps, and the methods we introduced around that time. Some of them, yes, I do remember the existence of such method. I'm not that sure how to use them. And also, you can omit the parentheses, whether the line change or not. Yeah, sometimes I wonder which was the case. Yes, there was a case recently as well. Well, thank you. So move to the next question. From just a student working on the development of OS. So how do you maintain the motivation for development? And when you feel that you're not getting anywhere, and how would you overcome that situation? And also, it seems that there are increasing people thinking IT industry is a lucrative industry to make a quick money, and also recently because of the smartphone penetration, IT literacy is actually declining. So if you think about these trends, do you have some thoughts on the recent situation of IT? Well, that's rather difficult question. So I start one by one, starting with motivation. I enjoy programming, so I never experience the difficulty or the lack of motivation. So I think it was when I was 15 years old, so more than 40 years I've been programming. I never felt the shortage of motivation because there's lots of things to do and all of them are fun to do. So I never had the problem with motivation. But when I was working, maybe it was around 1993, just before releasing Ruby. So nobody in the world knew that I was creating Ruby. So even if I stopped, I wouldn't trouble anyone. So sometimes I thought maybe it's too cumbersome, it's difficult. So even if I stop here, nobody would be in trouble. But I just carried on. And step by step, and when it was completed, I just released it. So I think the bottom line is whether you enjoy programming or not. So when you bog down, or if you feel you're getting nowhere. No, I don't have that experience. So maybe the similar example is I lost a whole week codes. Whole week, but because a hard disk crashed, so I lost the jobs I've done over the last whole week. So that was disappointing. So thank you. You seems to be a very positive person. So the same question to Matsuda-san. Motivation. Motivation. What is my motivation? As Matsumoto-san said, OSS is full of challenges. So it's like always firefighting or hitting the mall. I do not have the volunteer spirit to help other people, but because I create a bug, so I have to fix that bugs I created. I think it was about March when I look at profile on GitHub from January the 1st to that day, every day I committed. So I thought it was good. And only the 31st December, there is no commit from myself. So from 2021, I committed it every day. So my goal for this year is every day. So I should not see even a single day with gray color on the GitHub. So I did that this year as well. I fixed the bug just before I gave the keynote speech. Yes, I think that it's like a everyday this planned or the Green Day. So sometimes I worried if I fail to commit. So it seems that you really enjoy yourself. But anyhow, this person who asked the questions is worried about the recent situation of IT industry. Yes. So I think this is quite a daunting the task, daunting questions. And of course, there are negative aspects as well, because it's all come to the human beings.
Of course, there are aspects that have some negative aspects, but not everybody is like that, and we cannot say that not everything is like that. Not necessarily the IT industry itself. I don't think we can say that everything is negative. There are regions that can bring happiness, and I think we can do many things, and I think we should increase up the happy region as much as possible. If you start saying that this place is no good, that place is not good, so if you just keep on being negative, I think this is not good. So even with the IT industry, you can also find positive aspects, and also at least the Ruby World Conference is a conference that we tend to look at the positive aspects. So you're right. I think it's better not to get involved with people who doesn't seem to be happy or doesn't have to have fun. And to have fun is most important thing. And also my feeling in the field, in the Ruby startup, it seems that everybody's quite lively working on and trying to solve social issues. So we have a motivation that we are playing an important role by solving the social issues. So I don't think we can feel negative about the actual industry. But one thing we can say is that for very large companies, it is difficult to stay happy with this situation because the advantage for the big organization has a higher priority. So for smaller companies, like companies less than 100 employees, the one engineer or one person can tend to be respected. Or those who are making the service themselves, they will make their own system rather than those who are just making the systems, listening to the customers. That's the trends that I see. But I get the salary from companies that I'm giving the orders to make, so it's difficult to say, but that's the overall trend I can say. And one thing I want to say is that the companies that I'm involved, all the companies, is looking for the Ruby programmer. I think everybody's really looking for the Ruby programmers. So those who are motivated, I think you are welcome. And if Matsuda-san is acting as a technical advisor, I think there's no anxiety about joining that company. And also we have another question from Anonymous. Ruby 3.0 or what is a good point of Ruby 3.x and Rails 7.x? If I say 7.x came out, when we issued the 3.0, I think we worked very hard. We put vectors and we did many things. We worked very hard when we released the Ruby 3.0. And I think we used up all the ideas I had at that time. So the Ruby 3.1 I thought was becoming a minor update. But actually, now that we're nearing the end of the year, for the Maxim Wojcik, who was awarded Ruby Prize, and for the one that will be released, the 3.1, the Wojcik will be introduced, and Jet Compiler was already there, but the Wojcik is new, and the Rails application 20% or so. Not many multiple times, but so I can't greatly say, but that's just the first step with the Rails application. The important thing that the speed will be up, and for 3.1, the YJIT is a point, and also the type of prof and QC, just like working with Java, the methods document will be fulfilled. These kinds of functions will be added, and with IRB, it is possible. But I think YJIT it will be the most important point. And I think I like the 3.1 Ruby's topic for Rails 7. I think this morning in Japan time has been officially released, and why we had that is because the tool sets around Java has been renewed, and the DHS for the base comes that are using the hot wires and so on, the turbos, those kinds of things have become standard. I personally have not touched that, and I think not many people have touched that, so I can't say for details, but the DDH is those I was saying that I don't want to write the JavaScript, and maybe the Myron doesn't want to write that. So the programmers, what I want to make is that the programmers should be writing Ruby, and that's fine enough. So I think we are trying new. I think Opal will be the next one only left. For the hot wire, you write the code with Ruby, and that part that is written the code, the same orders will be on the browser. What's called a stimulus. The orders will be given to stimulus, so stimulus will rewrite the browser screen. That's what I've heard. And the original was the Ericsa's wide view function. That was the original idea for that. I like those kinds of ideas. But this time, many times I was rejected in the past, but now the flowers will bloom. That's what I'm expecting this time. That's my same view. And the next question, I think probably this is the question addressed to Kawasaki from ELSO. Kawasaki-san, are you there? Can you read out the question and answer that question? Is there Souls UI exist? It will come out with version 2. Whether the UI exists, the characters UI we are now developing. And the second question, can we reduce the business cost?
Yes, in a lot of ways.
With this framework, can we reduce the cost? Of course, it is possible. And if we introduce souls, the time for designing will be shortened, and also the repeated works will be automated, and the deploy work can also be automated. So the cost for development will be reduced a lot. So I hope I answered the question. Thank you very much. So also, those were the questions that we received, and Inoue-san and Maeda-san, do you have any question to the lecturers from your side? Yes. I like to ask Sugiyama-san and Okuda-san. I think you used a small Ruby this time, and that was very interesting. So for the future, what will the possibilities of small Rubies? I would like to hear your dream on what kind of possibilities are there. Thank you. About the possibility of small Ruby? Well, Well, this time the target is the production industry. But the study that we had done this time and the big result we obtained was that those people who never experienced programming can use the tool and very easily became capable of programming, and so that result was the fruit we gained from this study. So in that sense, small Ruby can provide the program, and it does not take a lot of time or money, and with a small Ruby programs you can, if you start studying Ruby program from the zero experience, I think small Ruby can be very useful.
This time, the example was manufacturing industry, but this can be done for other industries. And I don't know yet. So I hope that those with a programming experience will take the leadership, and I think there is a potential. This is the potential of a small Ruby. Thank you. May I ask you another question? In your slide, evaluation of those people with a C knowledge was very high, and also those who didn't have the experience so far of the programming was lower. So with or without small b, they do not want to do the programming at all, but they have to do it anyway. Regarding that, there are two categories, and those who have experiences, I don't know how to say it, but they have studied beforehand, and they have done the test as well, and they responded in that way. Did I answer? There are two different categories. One is for the testing. There is only one. For instance, this test is corresponding to this block. For that part, people say that it was very easy to use. There is another category prepared, and actually there is a freedom in it. Therefore, it is corresponding to these blocks. Therefore, it is possible to analyze, but actually this part was very difficult for the beginners. But those who had experience of C could manage it, and they said it is easy. Thinking about the future, those without the programming experience, I hope that this could be positive, and then the result of the research would be more. And actually, it was not. It was difficult to interpret that from that result. And for instance, the knowledge of the sea would have helped. Thank you. Sugiyama-san, Okuda-san, thank you. Maeda-san, do you have any question? No, the question to Ogawara-san. The Ruby and the Rails upgrade, you had a difficulty. But here we have Matsuda-san and Matsumoto-san. So what are the difficulty, your personal experience of the difficulty of the using the Rails and Ruby? Actually, no, there's none. For the upgrading, it is possible to see. Therefore, we can modify one by one, rectify one by one. Therefore, I didn't do that much. When the version of the Rails was old, from the old version to the current version, following the Ruby. So, Matsuda-san and Matsumoto-san is here, but thank you. Now, about Rails, that is true. But you had a difficulty, no? Those people in the community of the Rails, the keyword is rather difficult and it doesn't match. If it's forwarding with a keyword argument, it's too difficult. But in the normal applications, we do not use it. So, and if the physical, the grammatical difference is there, it's difficult. But without such a modification, I'm trying to use make work in various versions of the Ruby, but they do not do it. They tend to use the latest version of the grammar, and it would cause a problem for the users, which means that you cannot upgrade to the next version. Yes, mine is operable with 1.8. Thank you. Okura-san, Iyo-san, they are waiting. Any question to them? Iyo-san, this is a question to Iyo-san. Okura-san, then. Iyo-san? It has to use Python for that in the beginning. I think you said that you use a Python language. But the rest of that is made with Ruby. Did you think that it was better using Ruby rather than Python? Compare with everything is done with Python. What is the difference? What is the better points that you switch to Ruby?
はい、ですね、もともと Python 嫌いなんですよ。
I don't like Python.
インデントでスコープを表現するっていうのはどうにも許せないので嫌いなんですけど、
It is very bad,
でもですね、
and I don't like the
と
idea.
一緒にこうワイワイ楽しくやりながら
But I was making it having fun.
で、彼が担当したところは Python で作り始めますとか、
And some people started to make it with Python. It was a loose group of people. Therefore, we were not fitted with some constraints, but we used anything that was available.
割と、Ruby にもう昔から親しんでましたので、
I knew Ruby very well.
Ruby ですし、システムの中心部分はRails で作りましたっていうそういう経緯ですね。
So this is how I use it. I use Ruby when I made it. I think Python is a very good one, but you may prefer Ruby. For your part, I have sympathy with you. Finally, address to Okura-san. The callback processing of metadata, and you wrote that part, and as a function of the language, do you have any request as a function of the Ruby? For instance, in the case of the method combination, for the USKS value and use the tweak end. And do you have any request if you have some the function that you want to have with Ruby? In my presentation, I talked about this. The method in the black, actually, the content of the behavior of the body, it cannot take with the characters. And therefore, for instance, if you could take it as a series or sequence of characters, it is possible to delete or subtract some of the functions. At this moment, we cannot take a sequence of the characters, which means that there is no function. Yes, the body of the method, the sequence of the characters, I think RubyWorld script lines, internally there is a function. For instance, for the gem or stgem, like a block of AST can be captured. ST actually the source code is taken with the sequence of the characters, and therefore if you look at it, the method, the source code is possible to be described with characters. ST is possible, but the block object is not. No. Instead, ST can be taken from the block. AST of, and internally the clock source code is taken with a sequence of the characters and then taken to the AST, so it incorporates the source code, and that the function is already there.
So yes, in the past, in the memory, source code was kept. So that information, let's still now read by keep script line, if it's true. And then yes, the source code file, even without source code file, yes, you can read. So that's 3.1 actually. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So that was a quite interesting, heated discussion. That's all for questions and answer session. Thank you very much, all the speakers who joined this session. Thank you very much. So now we move to the closing ceremony. But before that, we have a short break until 6:40. Until 6:40. So closing ceremony starts at 6:40. Thank you.
お待たせいたしました。いよいよクロージングセレモニーです。
Thank you very much for waiting. We'd like to move to the closing ceremony. On behalf of the organizer, we'd like to invite Mr. Hiroshi Inoue, the Vice Chairman of the conference organizing committee. Thank you very much. So I appreciate Ishihara-san to give me the kind of pressure to be a speaker at a closing ceremony. But there's another reason that felt a bit different from usual today. Well, Matsuda-san is here today. Well, personally, I consider him as closing friend. At the session, I think when he gave a talk, I felt it was like a closing session at Ruby Kaigi. So it was a kind of pressure for me. But this time, we have 273 viewership online. So I hope you had a chance to look at the archive later as well, because it happened last year as well. The quite large number of people viewed the archive online. So, thank you very much for your participation, the viewing this, the joining this meeting so far. And also, Matsumoto-san's poem. Well, this is the 13th poem he wrote. Thank you very much. And the last part I'd like to say, Ruby's ecosystem. Well, this conference is to support the ecosystem. So how Ruby Kaigi can face the world, face the future. The future is not something we wait for. The future is something we create. That's how Ruby community is working. So let's join us and let's create a future together. Welcome to the new world. Let's expand this new world together. So that's the message of Matsumoto-san. I think that was exactly how this conference and they shared our thoughts. And again, I appreciate all the supporting organizers, supporting organizations. Thank you very much for your help. And also the advisors to the organizing committee, the Governor Maruyama and Mayor Uesada, and also the president of Shimane University, Hattori-san, and also the Kosen from Oto-san and Aoki-san. Thank you very much for your support. And the members of the organizing committees. So these are the members of the organizing committee. And these are the members of the program committee. We received the application of the programs, and then this committee members discussed that and then decided on who should be the speaker for this year. Again, thank you very much for your hard work. And the special sponsor, Shimane Prefecture and Matsuya City. Again, thank you very much for your support. And also sponsor companies, platinum sponsors. So these are our platinum sponsors. Thank you very much. And gold sponsors. Again, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your support. And the silver sponsors. Again, thank you very much. So 2 special sponsors and 14 special platinum and 14 for gold. And silver sponsor 24 silver sponsors, altogether 60 sponsor company. So as you see on the screen, they supported us very, very much. Thank you. And as for the secretariat, again, Ichibata Denki Tetsudo, thank you very much for your work. Thank you very much for your support. And the working group members. Well, now it's a bit difficult to meet together face to face. So working group had to be online as well. Thank you very much for your support. And Ichibata-san from Secretariat. So thank you very much for your support and hard work. In a Simon International, well, this time we had the simultaneous translation service remotely. Thank you. And NTT Prada ACO. And again, thank you very much for your support for visual and audio. And the visual, very good. Thank you. And far end technology, to your view, thank you very much. And opening ceremony, as introduced, we were happy to be joined by the governor, Shimane governor, and also prefecture governor and Matsue city mayor. And also we had Vision, Value, Victory, the keynote presentation by Matsumoto-san. So the victory is to deliver the value. And then just before giving this talk, he fixed the bugs, as he said. So it was his victory. Thank you very much. And then Ruby Prize 2021, Maxim-san, Hook-san, and Hasumi-san, congratulations. And then Maxim Chevalier Voiveld-san, Wajit, be part of 3.1. Wonderful contribution and the winner of Ruby Prize 2021. Congratulations. And then Ruby Biz Grand Prix 2021. The winner, two winners, Hiki-san and Yamap-san. Hiki-san for virtual world and Yamap-san for outdoor life, safe outdoor activities. So it seems that the new world we can see now thanks to Ruby. So wonderful presentations by these two members and also speakers. So I'd like to introduce the speakers one by one. Hayashi-san, Takeuchi-san from Wakayo. Wakayo? We understand is the dialogue, meaning, do you understand Wakayo? It's how we, the local members, talk, and this measures the levels of CO2 concentration. And if you're going to do outdoor camp in winter, you may have the stove, and if you use Wakayo, you enjoy yourself more safely. And then we had Okura-san's presentation on control methods like a pro. And then we had presentation by Sugiyama-san and Okuda-san. Well, he joined us during a question and answer session. They developed a system for manufacturing company using small Ruby, so that even if you do not have any experience programming, you can build a program. So they introduced Shinrai. So small Ruby's potential was demonstrated by their presentation. And then Noro-san, he talked about Africa, and he's always a very passionate person. So I think that he went to Africa, which is quite warm, I think. So perhaps he became even hotter than before. So I think the achievement was possible because of Nora-san. Thank you very much. And then Yasukawa-san gave the presentation on Rails tutorial. He is a regular speaker. He always introduces the Rails tutorial. But it seems that every time we hear we see the advancement. He's expanding the ecosystem, Ruby's engineers. So it's always quite exciting to listen to him. Thank you very much. And then we had Kawasaki-san's presentation on souls. So the tutorial, I felt almost dizzy. So I was looking at the monitor, and Matsumoto-san, and he often talked about the spirit of nothingness when he talked about Ruby. I think it was one example that Ruby achieved something beyond the regular thinking. So that was a great potential demonstrated by souls. And then Ogawa-san talked about upgrading Rails version. He overcame quite a big challenge. And his perseverance and the leadership to overcome that difficulty was really wonderful. And I also thought Ruby's community can attract someone like him. And that's another wonderful aspect of Ruby. So I think there was a question about the current situation of IT industry. Yes, indeed, there are some the difficult situations, but there are many people who love Ruby, and also the companies where people who love Ruby work. I think they can create a wonderful service. So I listen to the great potential and doubling the version of Rails. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your hard work as well. And then Iyo-san, again, he is the regular speaker too, sharing his talk about the education. But this was the first time I learned that he didn't like Python. So that was a quite interesting comment for Ruby's conference. And lastly, we had a keynote presentation by Matsuda-san. Thank you very much. Ruby friends. He acquired many friends. And he had a conversation with Audrey Tan-san. So perhaps we can, so he may say Audrey-kun. So if that's the case, he achieved at a very high position of the hierarchy. And I also wonder how Zach was doing. Yes, everybody loves him. So Matsuda-san, thank you very much. And then questions and answer session. Matsuda-san, Matsumoto-san, Maeda-san, very interesting, and thank you very much. And lastly, again, this time Ishihara-san was a moderator. Thank you very much. Again, we hope that you join us next year as well, together with Matsumoto-san. So it's almost the time to close the closing session. But this year, we have a special plan. And after this, we're going to have online reception. So I'd like you to join us in this reception as well. We'll wait for you. So that's all for the closing session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So that was Inoue-san, Deputy Chairman of Organizing Committee. This concludes all the program of RubyWorld Conference 2021. This year's conference was held online like we did last year because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So Ruby World Conference Organizing Committee wishes that COVID-19 pandemic will be over as soon as possible, and also the business application of Ruby would expand. And also next year, we hope to see you in Shimane Prefecture next year in the city of Matsue. We do hope that this conference will help you expand your business application of Ruby. This concludes the Ruby World Conference 2021 conference itself. But as mentioned, from 7:30 p.m. Japan time, we have online reception. It's free of charge, so please join us on the online reception. And URL is available on the official site and Twitter and Facebook. Again, thank you very much for joining us on the web. Thank you very much, and let's see you face to face next year. Thank you very much.